Vanessa? All right, so welcome everybody. I'm calling the Select Board meeting to order on December 17th, 2024 at 6 p.m. So this is one of our favorite things that we get to do, and tonight we get to do it a lot. Chief Newell, I'm going to turn it over to you so that we can hopefully make 4 appointments tonight. It's not working? While he's doing that, I'm going to make a quick announcement. There is a remote meeting tonight at 6:30 with the Planning Board and Chris Leroy for a tree hearing. That hearing was supposed to be in this room tonight, so I want to make sure everybody knows it's still at 6:30, but it's virtually, completely virtually. So if anybody wants to go to the tree hearing, you need to log on. Now it's working? Not very well.
All right. We're good. Yes. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us here tonight. This is quite a crowd, probably the biggest one we've seen in a long time. So we're here tonight for 2 things. We're looking to appoint 2 new officers, and we're looking to appoint 2 of our current officers to promotionary positions. Tonight we're requesting the board's appointment of Jonathan Paiva and Mr. Adalberto Aponte, who are right here in the front row, to the position of full-time police officer with the Southborough Police Department. We interviewed multiple candidates for these positions, and both Mr. Paiva and Mr. Aponte did an outstanding job in their interviews with us. They have both successfully passed their background investigation, their physicals, and their psychological examinations. Mr. Paiva, second one in here, is a resident of Westborough, Mass. He's currently working as a full-time police officer for the town of Bolton. He's been a police officer for 4 years now. He has a master's degree in criminal justice from Fitchburg State University. And he's also fluent in Portuguese, which will be very helpful for our patrol division. And we're looking forward to that, having him out there. Mr. Aponte is a resident of Worcester, Mass. He's currently working as a full-time police officer for the Holy Cross Police Department. He earned his associate's degree in criminal justice from Quinsigamond Community College, and he also is fluent in Spanish. Again, will be very helpful when communicating with the residents, motor vehicles, that our officers pull over. So we're excited to have both Mr. Paiva and Mr. Aponte as part of our team. And with your expected appointment tonight, we are looking forward to having them begin our field training program as probationary officers. And Mr. Paiva would be starting tomorrow. And Mr. Aponte would be starting January 3rd, following his employer's 2-week notice. These additions to our department roster would bring our department to 20 sworn officers, with 2 more positions to fill after them. At this time, would you have any questions for myself, Mr. Aponte, or Mr. Paiva?
Start with Al.
No particular questions, just welcome to Southborough.
Yes, welcome to town. We're glad to see you.
Add my welcome, and delighted to get the staffing moving in the right direction here for the department. It's about time. Thank you.
Yep.
I don't have any questions. Welcome aboard.
Neither do I, and we're very glad to have you.
All right, excellent. So with that, I'll have ask our town clerk, Jim Hegarty, to come up and swear in our 2 probationary officers, starting with Mr. Paiva.
Do we need to have
You want us to go ahead and vote to
Oh, I'm
appoint
sorry.
first?
Well, I guess he.
I got to do it right.
Okay, Andrew's going to make all the motions
Okay.
for.
I move that the board appoint Mr. Paiva and Mr. Lopez Aponte as Southborough police officers.
Second?
All in favor? Okay, there's your vote.
All right. And with that vote, I would ask Mr. Jim Hegarty to come up and swear in our new probationary officers, starting with Mr. Paiva. So it's going to be right over here. Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties incumbent upon you as a probationary police officer of the Southborough Police Department, according to the best of your ability and understanding, agreeably to the laws of the United States, the Constitution, the rules and regulations of the Southborough Police Department, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and under rules, regulations, and bylaws made under the authority of the Select Board, so help you God? Congratulations. Thank you.
Is your family here? Yes. Okay, so where are they? There you go. Look. Very good.
And now for Mr. Adalberto.
I'm going to read it off, and you can raise your right hand and say I do at the end. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties incumbent upon you as a probationary police officer of the Southborough Police Department, according to the best of your ability and understanding, agreeably to the laws of the United States, the Constitution, the rules and regulations of the Southborough Police Department, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and under rules, regulations, and bylaws made under the authority of the Select Board, so help you God? Congratulations.
All right. So we'll move on to the next portion of the Southborough Police Show. We're going to be requesting the board's promotional appointments of Sergeant Michael Whalen to the position of lieutenant and Detective Jeffrey Norton to the position of sergeant within the Southborough Police Department. We'll start with Sergeant Whalen first. Mike is a 13-year veteran of the Southborough Police Department. He's a team leader for the Semlec Regional SWAT team and is currently a supervisor of the Communications Division at the department. He holds a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from University of Hartford. He participated in an internal promotional process that included a promotional interview panel of 3 police chiefs and a subsequent interview with myself and Town Administrator Mark Purple. Mike scored perfect scores on both of those interviews. It also included a comprehensive review of his previous work performance evaluations as well. I am very confident in Mike's abilities to handle the demands of this position, and his appointment would be a great benefit to the Southborough Police Department in filling the administrative role of that position. Do you have any questions for myself or Sergeant Whalen at this time?
No questions.
No questions?
None here, thank you.
No questions.
I don't have a question, but it's great to see these promotions come internally. And I know, where's Sean McCarthy? I know that Sean McCarthy is very happy about this promotion. So anyway, so Andrew?
I move that the board appoint Sergeant Michael Whalen to the position of police lieutenant.
Second?
All in favor? Okay, there's your vote.
Okay, excellent. And I would invite Town Clerk Jim Hegarty back up to swear in Lieutenant Michael Whalen. Oops, sorry.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties incumbent upon you as lieutenant of the Southborough Police Department, according to the best of your ability and understanding, agreeably to the laws of the United States, the Constitution, the rules and regulations of the Southborough Police Department, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and under rules, regulations, and bylaws made under the authority of the Select Board, so help you God? I do. Congratulations.
And from here, we're going to be continuing, Mike, with the pinning of Mike's new badge as a lieutenant. It's going to be right up here with your dad. Mike's father will be pinning him in his position. So now we'll move on to the open sergeant's position that we have found somebody to fill with, and that would be Detective Jeffrey Norton. Jeff started working with us as a part-time dispatcher in 2019, and then he was hired as a full-time police officer in 2020. He's held many positions within our department, to include SRO, DARE officer, senior citizen liaison, and a member of the grant writing team, and currently holds the position of detective within our department. Jeff also holds a bachelor's degree from Johnson & Wales University, and he participated in the most recent sergeantal promotional process and placed third on the list. He follows Sergeant Nivert and Sergeant Rock's promotions from last year, and his appointment would be a great benefit to the Southborough Police Department in filling a supervisory role. And do you have any questions for myself or Detective Norton at this point?
Al?
No questions.
No questions.
And no questions, thank you.
No questions.
We're a tough group here. So no questions and congratulations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So
Take the vote.
I move that the board appoint Detective Jeff Norton to the position of police sergeant.
Second?
All in favor?
It's official.
Okay, and with that, we'll invite our town clerk up one last time for swearing in of Sergeant Jeffrey Norton. Oh, okay. Sorry. So good.
Okay, if you raise your right hand, I'll say this and do it. Okay. Do you solemnly swear that you will faithfully, that you will solemnly swear that you will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties incumbent upon you as a sergeant of the Southborough Police Department, according to the best of your ability and understanding, agreeably to the laws of the United States, the Constitution, the rules and regulations of the Southborough Police Department, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and under rules, regulations, and bylaws made under the authority of the Select Board, so help you God. Congratulations, Sergeant.
Okay, and with that, we will have the final pinning of Sergeant Jeffrey Norton.
High risk here.
Good job. So, Chief, who's guarding Southborough right now? I tried to count. I think I
Nobody,
got 20.
we are all here.
Okay, all right.
I would like to congratulate Wyatt on a job well done on that pinning. He did
Yes,
excellent.
really.
And thank you all for your support, and we look forward to a very promising and productive year at the Southborough Police Department. Thank you.
Thank everybody. What time? 6:15.
That's it.
Okay, so we're going to take about a 10-minute break to get everybody that wants to leave can leave. And if you want to take pictures, we've got time for that here, whatever. Then we'll go back to our agenda.
Feels good to get this.
Yes.
Yes. All right, great job. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
That was pretty heartwarming for the father and the son. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, really. Oh, my God. Of course, yesterday, look what happened at school again.
Hey, Steve. Coming out, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
mics are they're so directional. They can only pick up people speaking directly. And so I'm getting that feedback from other board members. And then the other thing too is like people are stubborn about going to the mic. That's what Marguerite's feedback is. That one of the only people in town can't hear the meeting.
I suggested
So she was asking.
because I made the captions on my end, and so anybody they're really people don't know.
Now you can take some time off. Now you can take the time, so not taking some time.
Not going, oh, okay.
Yeah, when?
But I just use this one. I just
Mine blew up.
battery expanded. Screen out.
Really? No, this one's been great, but I replayed it again.
At the end of No.
I have no idea. Mike could bring it in and get him a new one. Where's the door? Across the street from mine. Across the hall from mine. So he's gonna be out.
I tell you, drop his name in Western, you're a rock star. I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Ron, we'll see you about. You can harass her anytime you want.
We'll have to do a lunch sometime in January. And it's right here. And it's like checking a box. No.
Hey, I want to complain. I think this is over-capacitized, and the fire department should have picked everybody else.
5 years. I held it here for 5 out of 15. Of the 15, 5, yeah. Nobody wanted to do it.
Hey, you told me to be here.
It's a thankless job. That town is like we have. It's grown. But this is so nice that we got the offices. They need it desperately.
They cleared the room. Yeah, no,
understood when I saw it all happen. Hey,
We're all
Denise.
happy. Good evening. How are you?
Good.
We're all happy.
Where would you guys like us? Back here?
Here? Yeah. Okay.
And then we'll take another break and get everybody seated. What's that? We appointed two policemen were promoted, one to the new lieutenant position that we approved at special town meeting. So he was sworn in tonight, and then because he was a sergeant, one of the patrolmen got promoted to sergeant. So two promotions internally, right? And then two new policemen were appointed tonight. So we did 4 different things with policemen. No, but I will say every policeman was here, so it's a good thing we didn't have an issue. Is that my friend Deborah Cantor? Is that Deborah? We're in a book club together, John. I've never met her in person. That's the person I'm in a book club with for years. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, are we ready? Okay. All right, so I'm calling the select board meeting back to order at 6:25. We're going to take another break after these two things to get everybody seated, so everybody just stay seated for a moment. Okay, so we are going to tonight recognize the 2024 Southborough Department accomplishments. It's the end of the year, so this is a good way to end. Who's making all that noise? All right. Okay, so everybody's got their list and knows who's doing what, right? Okay, so guess what? Andrew, you start.
Sure. So I'm happy to kick off the recitation of the department accomplishments for 2024 with the facilities department, and 3 quick bullet points that everyone should recognize from John Perrin, our facilities director. 1, the facilities department completed the installation of the new LED street lighting around town, which has made a big difference. 2nd, completed the historic restoration of the exterior of this building, the townhouse. And 3rd, completed the addition of the new multi-function room at the Senior Center, Corderville Hall. So those are all wonderful accomplishments. Thanks to John and everyone in the facilities department that helped make them happen.
Those are good ones. Okay, Sam, Council on Aging Senior Center.
Good transition. Andrew mentioned the new multi-function room. That's been a long time coming. That's been completed. Beautiful space, provides opportunity for seniors to relax and do a variety of things, play cards, watch television, et cetera. It's a great space because we really not had a calm, relaxed space there previously, so it's wonderful. And the Assabet Votech students are the ones who did the work. So we were able to get a real great price on it because we had volunteer labor, and that allowed us to do it for a budget that didn't trigger a number of other new building code and ADA requirements that would have doubled the cost of the thing. So wonderful project, and the kids enjoyed it. The seniors loved having the kids around to do the job, and it was a great experience for all. So a good joint project there. Senior Council on Aging obtained a grant of $25,000 from the Cummings Foundation to create a part-time program volunteer coordinator position focusing on intergenerational programming. And they're going to be working with schools, recreation, and local organizations to bring seniors together with multiple generations in town, which is, again, a great opportunity for seniors to be part of the community there. And third one is they've gotten funding from Southborough Community Fund for $10,000 to continue the Caregivers Meals Program. And again, this supports nutrition outreach for caregivers, and it's, again, an important thing for people who, again, have difficulty getting the right nutrition in town, and very important. So a lot of good things going on there, and more to come. Thank you.
Absolutely. Al, Rec?
Okay, so the rec department held a revamped and successful summer program that saw 1,007 individual registrants over the course of 8 weeks, and including my grandkids. And registration for the spring and summer starts on February 12th. The department held several community events, included the summer concert series, the summer nights, Heritage Day, Trunk or Treat, and the Gobble Wobble, with over 10,000 people served. The department welcomes Lisa Novella as our new part-time administrative assistant, Christina McCarthy as our new program coordinator, and Travis Farley as our new rec director. They've successfully managed over 300 different reservation groups for a total of 16,800 total reservation hours between the schools, playing fields, and events. They officially launched the Instagram account, continue to partner with the library, the Council of Aging, and Youth and Family Services to offer programming, and saw over 3,580 total participants in their programming, as composed to 3,435 in 2023.
That's all great, and I think we can't overemphasize the fact this was with all new staff, and they did a great job. Okay, Marguerite, the Health Department.
Thank you. The Health Department this year successfully completed the Community Compact Best Practices Grant, and they implemented a shared employee between Northborough and Southborough Health Departments, who starts this month as a health agent. The Health Department also worked on updating and approving multiple regulations in the Health Department, including camp regulations and body art regulations. Taylor West, the Health Director and Public Health Nurse, was honored with the Massachusetts Association of Public Health Nurses Annual Presidential Award to recognize her commitment to public health and public health nursing.
Very good. Okay, so I'm doing the Conservation Department. So the first one is the big one. So Breakneck Hill it's done, right? Okay. And it looks like they are going to we financed $2 million, then we did another $2 million, so it looks like it's going to be $3 million. So we're going to get $1 million back, which that's good news. So that's all good. It's finally done after all these years. They've also migrated all the conservation permit applications to OpenGov, which is the online permitting system we're now using. And they are in progress of uploading all historical information for public viewing. The conservation assistant is close to completing the fundamentals certificate from the Massachusetts Association for Conservation Commissioners to better assist the public in permit process. And this is a big one. Mark Pasamato, who's the current chair and has been for as long as I can remember, has served on the Conservation Commission for 34 years. So I'm not sure that that's not pretty close to a record. Okay. Andrew, Fire Department.
Yes. So the fire department saw a big change earlier this year when Chief Achilles retired, and Chief Puntini came on board in the middle of the year, and Chief Puntini has put together a really great list of accomplishments. He's got one per month, but then and then one of them has more than one per month. So I'm just going to hit some highlights. In addition to the many promotions within the department, in May, Southborough Fire was recognized in the press about women in the fire service and Southborough's 5 female firefighters. In September, I think everyone may remember this, the firefighters conducted a live house burn on Deerfoot Road. That was the first time in over 10 years the department had this opportunity, which provides invaluable real-life training to our firefighters. In October, the department conducted its first open house in several years post-COVID, and the Public Education Division did a great job in its community outreach and fire prevention education. And in November, the department deployed to Salem and Wilmington to assist in responding to the large-scale forest fires throughout the statewide fire mobilization plan.
Can you do December?
Yes, and in December, the Southborough Fire Department had a promotional ceremony for Captain Brittany Doan. Captain Doan was promoted to captain and will lead Group 2, and additionally, firefighters Bruning and Stapleton were pinned and sworn in.
I mentioned that because, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Brittany's the first female captain we've had? Possibly? Okay, so that's why I want that
Very
one.
good.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, Sam, Police Department.
Police Department. This year, Police Department brought in almost $200,000 in grant money for police services and updated equipment, easing the burden on taxpayers while providing professional community police protection and services. They also added a second lieutenant position and 2 full-time dispatcher positions to the roster. Lieutenant will help address department's steady increase in administrative tasks through programs such as the state MPTC program, post program, accreditation. Creates a lot of work for the department administratively, and historically that's fallen on the officer lieutenant position. Additional dispatcher positions help address staffing and safety needs in the dispatch operation. Make sure we've got full staff available 24/7 for 911 calls. And additional, they were able to hire through the Advocates program a new co-response clinician, mental health type support, who responds with officers and multiple mental health case crisis calls throughout the city. So it's great to have somebody on the front lines who can deal with those things that don't require an armed officer necessarily, but somebody who's having great difficulty with mental health issues. They expanded and implemented more community policing events, participated in a large variety of things, partnering with the fire department, schools, rec department, senior center, library, youth and family services, and garden club for programs like Shop with a Cop, Trunk or Treat, Ride to School in a Police Car, unlike my experience, which was Ride from School in a Police Car, so it wasn't quite the same program. But Garden Club flower deliveries to seniors, summer nights, Gobble Wobble, Touch a Truck, lunch takeovers at the schools, community read days, walk to school days, car seat safety checks, and award presentations for Special Olympics. They're basically all over town. Great thing for community policing, and the chief and his staff and the officers, I think, do a wonderful job with that. So delighted to report that.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to do Youth and Family Services. So quite a few things here. They secured funding for the first time in their budget for the Interface Referral Service, which is a service that allows all residents to contact this group and get referrals to whatever they need a service for. So we think it's been very successful. I think this is our 4th year of doing this, so now it's actually in the budget. Began offering information sessions and shelf help, 2 new ways of diversifying mental health education to the community. They were active in the formation of a safe housing task force between departments and are facilitating the formation of an accessibility committee to ensure equal access to town services for all residents. They work with the police department and the police department's new diversion clinician to formalize a referral process between the 2 departments. They streamlined their need-based program applications into one and is working with other town departments to create a universal financial assistance application for any town-sponsored aid. That's a big one, guys, because we've got different programs people can do, and we had different applications for every one of them. So this is one application, you're in, and if you're approved, you're in for all these programs. The Substance Misuse Coalition, Encompass, that Southborough shares with Northborough, hired a coalition coordinator through the Drug Free Communities Grant. Encompass received a Blue Ribbon Award, which is given to only 11 coalitions in the whole country. Secured funding for the town's first ever paid internship opportunity. Secured funding to conduct a community needs assessment in 25, that's with ARPA money. Increased outreach efforts by scheduling staff at the Senior Center, Colonial Gardens, the library, and the food pantry on a rotating basis. Coordinated 15 community events in 2024, speakers, family events, suicide prevention trainings, a photo exhibit, and educational presentations. And then the 2 that are closest to my heart, so they have a couple programs. They don't fund these, but they are their programs. They carry them out. They coordinate them. So they have, so they're called Winter Wishes, which helps families provide presents to children for the holidays. So they were able to provide assistance to 95 people this winter that we're in right now, this holiday season. Camp scholarships to the town camps that we just talked about in rec. They were able to provide scholarships for 24 children and provide 129 weeks of camp. Okay. Is planning
I think I'm
next?
up.
Who's next?
Well,
I'm up. So this is the IT department, and in 2024, they've completed essentially upgrading the Wi-Fi in all of the town's buildings, and has improved Wi-Fi connectability in places such as the BW's Mechanics Bay. And I just want to say something about that particular upgrade. As somebody who takes things apart, it's easy to take things apart, but you really need the internet to tell you how to put it back together properly. And the fact that, you can get videos and schematics and prints online is a real productivity in enhancement, as opposed to putting it back together, putting it back in the truck, and then finding, oops, I forgot, where does this part go? So this update has greatly improved our networking infrastructure with new equipment that connects all of our town buildings.
And that was also ARPA funded. Marguerite, accounting?
Yes, the accounting department, two of many accomplishments. Accounting was able to successfully allocate the full ARPA award of $3,051,240.93 to various town projects by the 12/31/2024 deadline. And number 2 is Debbie Ferrante joined our team this year as assistant accountant. She provides excellent support and service to departments, strives to create efficiencies, and is willing to pitch in and get the job done. We are so happy to have her aboard.
That's great. Brief, but all that's important. Okay, planning department. So we all know what the big one is. They were able to lead the charge to get the MBTA implemented in Southborough with a positive vote and at the September 30th special town meeting. They also have listed 3 other things here. They have updated the 2006 zoning map to include the downtown district for an official updated 2021 zoning map, so we've improved that. We've been a tree city for, I believe, 5 years. They have submitted the application for the current year. You got to do that every year to maintain that status, so they've done that. They are also trying to take steps to monitor open space in the town, make sure that we know what we have, make sure it's maintained, et cetera. So they've made progress with that in 2024. All right, Andrew, EDC.
Yes, so here's a summary of some of the accomplishments of the Economic Development Department. It's led by Leah Emerson, our EDC coordinator, and as people know, that effective as of the fall town meeting in September 30, where we decided to make this a full-time position rather than a part-time position beginning with January 1st. So this was the last year of the part-time position. The Economic Development Department regularly participated in Quarter 9 495 regional chamber events, the monthly 495 Metro West partnership meetings, and the Metro West Regional Collaborative meetings and events. Completed a business and asset inventory for the downtown area to maintain ongoing relationship building and strategic outreach, and assisted businesses looking to relocate, and listed potential locations where uses are allowed by each zoning district. In terms of grants, I have this under a member's report, but I worked with Leah and Vanessa last week to submit a application under the MAPC Metropolitan Area Planning Collaborative Technical Assistance Program. That's to work on studies to update Route 9 zoning. Leah also supported Vanessa in supporting our one-stop application for a wayfinding grant for downtown. We were not successful in getting that grant, but the state has encouraged us to resubmit that application. And then also, you might recall that Leah made a well-regarded presentation to ourselves and the planning board earlier this year about summary presentation on zoning restrictions and master plan goals with respect to Route 9. So thank you to Leah for making progress on all those goals. And I know that having worked with her on the TAP application last week, that we are poised to make some more progress in 2025.
That's a lot. It's a lot for someone working 19 hours. Okay. All right, Sam, building?
Okay, building department. Building department is one that is not so visible as some other departments around, but town has a lot of buildings and a lot of things going on there, and they've made good progress this year. One of the things they've worked on is digitizing property files. We've got lots of file cabinets full of records of building projects that finally are getting into the modern age in terms of being able to find them. Permitting boards often have questions about what happened on this property, and it's been a real chore historically to dig through the paper files and find that information. So making good progress with that. Building has actively participated in an interdepartmental task force to solve problems that cross departmental lines, including building, public health, police, fire, youth and family, and senior center, and allows people who have problems that involve more than one department to have a voice to resolve some of those conflicts. And so they've made some great progress on some problems that have been around for quite a while have gotten cleared up, which is certainly good news. They've worked hard on streamlining the permitting process and the inspection process. Again, getting that more computerized so we can track that more easily and get timely responses when people need an inspection for a permit or get a permit issued. And now we're doing that in-house. Our field inspectors are now working off of tablets. Amazing technology that arrived 15 years ago or whatever, but we're now actually up to speed. And it's, again, accelerated the process to provide better service to the residents when they've got a permitting process. When you need an inspection, it's easier to get that done now. And in fact, it's easier because we've got backup inspectors now more. So if one inspector is out or whatever, busy on a big project or whatever, we've got capacity to have people who can fill in on that. Not only inspectors, but backup building commissioners now. So if our building commissioner is busy with something, he's got more capacity to keep the process moving. We've been working, the building has been working on the process of updating our zoning bylaws. Zoning bylaws were done about 40 years ago now. And obviously, a few things have happened since then, and so we need to rethink how that kind of regulation needs to be updated, and the building has been very active in that process and headed towards some changes for town meeting, we think, next spring to address some of those issues. And finally, last but not least, is we're looking at being able to develop Route 9 more aggressively. And building has been part of that conversation to expand our commercial tax base. We're very light on commercial tax revenue. The more commercial tax base we can build on Route 9, more relief there is for residential property taxpayers. And so that's, again, something that we've continued to focus on. So building has been a key player in all of that, and we appreciate the hard work they do. Thank you.
That's a lot. Very good. Marguerite, appropriately, the library is, as people may know, Marguerite is the chair of the Board of Trustees of the library.
All right, so I will say 3 accomplishments of the library this year.
She's also a teacher.
Yeah, okay. At the end of 2024, May 2024, the Southborough Library completed and submitted an application to the Mass Public Library Construction Program, a grant program managed by the Mass Board of Library Commissioners. Increasing library space was one of the core objectives of the library's updated 5-year strategic plan, which we filed with the Mass Board in September. If the library is accepted into this state construction program, we will actively begin efforts to renovate and expand the library facility, which is the building, for the Southborough community in the years to come. So stay tuned. We don't know how that grant application is coming out. The library outreach efforts within the local community were increased as staff representatives Mariana Sorensen and Ryan Donovan, who's the director, provided an afternoon of crafts, games, and activities for migrant children temporarily residing at Hotel Stay America in Westborough. Carol Logan and Mariana Sorensen, who are both work at the library, recently visited Colonial Gardens to share information about the Worcester Talking Books program for residents, with their senior residents. And number 3, the library received a $6,150 grant from the Southborough Community Fund to provide a new series of virtual author events via the Library Speakers Consortium, as well as a summer cartooning camp for middle grade children. The Library Speakers Consortium will feature online talks by authors of all genres and for all ages, including well-known authors such as Leon Mority and Shelby Van Pelt. That's a pitch. That's a shameless advertisement, but there it is.
Very good, very good. Yeah. So, Al, you've got Select Board and Town Administrator.
Yep. So we implemented the town's first employee handbook, which consolidates all policies and benefits in one easy reference document. We amended the salary administration plan bylaw last year to provide all employees with essentially a level playing field. We signed the intermunicipal agreement with Westborough and Grafton to officially join the Metro West Regional Communication Center, the Metro West Rec. We recruited a new fire chief, a building commissioner, a youth and family services coordinator, a civil engineer, a recreation director, a youth and family services administrator, a recreation business administrator, and a council on aging volunteer coordinator, and we continue to be able to add quality people to our management team. Well, we completed the Heritage Park, which complements the new parking lots that abuts the competing public-private project with the town in St. Mark's. And we completed the public safety staffing study, which will help the Select Board and Advisory plan for future staffing needs in our public safety departments.
Very good. So this is definitely, last but not least, where's Mr. Cundiff? So when I read this one, I was going to do this one, I looked at it, I thought, he didn't list anywhere near the things he's done. He's quite busy, which is why he didn't. When I called him, he said, I did what I could with everything that's got going on. So we added a couple things to his list that are pretty important. Okay, so we repaired the transfer station pit after it was damaged from a recent vehicle accident. The project went smoothly with the shutdown thanks to the residents and Lawrence Waste Services. Coordinated with Assabet Valley Vocational Tech School students to build the new recycle shed at the transfer station. The water department replaced failing valves in the water main near the Corderville Road, Richards Road intersection. We have been plagued recently with failing drainage pipes and roads throughout town. We were successful in obtaining a $110,000 grant for a shared pipe camera inspection kit shared between the towns of Southborough, Hopkinton, and Westborough. We were also successful in obtaining a $220,000 grant from the Division of Ecological Restoration. This will pay for the engineering design of the culvert replacement. So these are the two that we've added since Bill submitted his. He hired an engineer. He's got an engineer's department now, so he's got some help to do all the things he's got to do, especially the road work that we need to have done in this town. We also completed, led by Sam Stivers, the analysis of all of our town roads and sidewalks, so we've got a better understanding of what we need, how to maintain the roads, and to do it in a more professional way than we have been doing it in the past. So that work is starting to pay off as far as some of the things that we've decided to do. And again, I think there's a lot more he could have put on here than he did. But
Hey,
that's a
Kathy,
few.
Could I comment about that one, too?
Yes, you can.
That's one I've been fascinated for a while, but we've got about 70 road miles of town road in town. That, including state, is 90, right? The town only is 70-ish or more. But anyway, a lot of road miles. And we hired a consulting firm who studies roads and maintenance for roads. And you might have seen it, they had a little blue car with a bubble on the top of it that had a laser on top and a camera. They drove around town photographing, and the laser actually is able to measure very small portions of the pavement and runs through a computer system that basically grades the pavement. And so we now have a database that has set road segments between 20 feet and 100 feet long that have grades for 0 to 100 about pavement condition. And with that data, we can think more analytically about where do we invest money to maintain pavement, to rebuild pavement, et cetera. So we know what's there. And as part of that process, we got a video of the sidewalk network as well. And so we've got sidewalks, and that creates a database that ultimately we may be able to include trees, town trees, in that database. So this is, I think, a critical first step toward being able to analytically look at how we spend maintenance money for all of these things. And Bill and his team have done yeoman work with this and are positioned, I think, to be much more effective in terms of spending money. So if we spend $1 million on roads, how should we spend it? Rebuild, repair, upgrade, maintain, et cetera. There are a lot of ways you can treat the roads. So again, to me, we're sort of getting into the modern age with a lot of these things, and it's a great thing to do. So. Good addition, good addition.
So the last thing I'd like to say is I actually want to express appreciation to my colleagues on the Select Board. I think we got a lot done this year, and Mark and his team. I think we work well together, and I really appreciate every one of you. So Happy holidays. Okay, we're going to do two more quick things before we start the main part of this meeting. So let's go ahead and knock out the reports. I think they're pretty short, so we can get that done. And then we're going to do a public comment, then we'll be ready for the NERI Building Committee. So I do have a late addition to the chair's report, which is, we heard, so a little background. I am the select board liaison to the private schools. As we know, the private schools don't pay real estate taxes by state law, and therefore the contributions they do make to our budget are totally voluntary. We've got a pilot committee now that was formed a couple years ago at the request of Patty Fiore through a citizen's petition. So Andrew Pfaff and I from advisory, we've been meeting with the schools regularly since I've been on the select board. And we're making some progress, but specifically, we met with Harvard, I don't know, May? So it was Mark and Andrew and I, and requested that they increase their pilot payment. Harvard does call them pilots, so I'm okay saying pilot with Harvard. Pilot payment significantly, and we did a computation for them to make a suggestion. We heard back last week, and they have agreed to double what they have been doing. So they're going to start, we're going to get a check by December 31st for $50,000, and they're going to increase it every year by 2.5%. They are not going to designate it for anything specific. They're leaving it up to us to decide what to do with it. In addition, we also requested through Jim Haggerty that they allow us to store town records at the depository that they have on the corner of Southborough. And they've said yes, they're actually building us a facility inside the Harvard bookstore depository to do that. That's climate controlled, et cetera. So we've got that done too. So we were pretty pleased with the way that one's turned out. So that's my report. Okay, so Andrew?
Yes. So you may remember that at one of our last meetings, we discussed the fact that Alan Belniak had brought to our attention the fact that the MAPC, Metropolitan Area Planning Council, had a December 13th deadline to submit applications for a grant under their technical assistance program to help make progress on getting recommendations for improved zoning on Route 9. And I'm pleased to report that we, working together with Vanessa and Leah, and also the planning department and Marnie Houlihan from the planning board, we submitted our application by the deadline last Friday. So we're hopeful that it'll be successful. And a related update is yesterday morning, I participated in a meeting with Leah and the Westboro planning director to start the discussion about whether we might collaborate on a regional one-stop application on a Route 9 corridor study. And I thought that was a positive discussion. The status is that the Westboro planning director needed to discuss it further with their economic development department, which was also participating in the call. And so we hope to hear back in early January about whether they're interested in doing this jointly. And it hasn't been announced exactly yet, but we think the window for expressions of interest in a one-stop is in early February. So I feel like we're making some progress on this goal that we had set for ourselves last summer.
Great. Al, Chestnut Hill Farming?
Yeah, I think as many people know, the trustees suspended their farming operations about a year ago on the Chestnut Hill property, and haven't until recently been able to give us sort of an update on where we stand. I met with the trustees and a number of other people, neighbors and members of the Conservation Commission and the Open Space Commission. Their current plan is to, rather than running a farm themselves, is to try and find a farmer who will operate the farm, in compliance with the CR that we hold, which and the goals of the trustees, but to essentially lease out the land on a what will hopefully be a long-term basis to a farmer who would then have agriculture returned to Chestnut Hill Farms. So this is encouraging. It may not happen in 2025. It depends on their process and what's involved in getting things going forward.
But it sounds like it's positive, right?
It's definitely, it's a step in the right direction. So the land is owned by the trustees. The trustees have a set of requirements that they have. So, for example, they hold the organic certificate and would require a farmer to comply with that, as well as comply with the terms of the CR that we hold, conservation restriction that we hold. But it would be an individual who would actually be operating the farm on a private basis. Does that make sense?
The farmer's going to have a lease with the trustees.
Yeah, the farmer's going to have a lease to operate the farm, as according to.
Would it be to the effect where the farmer has to comply with conservation restrictions?
So this
Oh,
is
yes.
hold on, guys. This is a member's report, so it's really we shouldn't be going back and forth. This is just.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk to you afterwards, but the answer is yes. There's no loss of our rights.
So Al, if you want to put this on the agenda next time, we can flush it out a little bit more, right? Well, no, it's fine, but it's good stuff. Okay, Mark, Metro West Rec.
So last week, the rec held a public informational meeting at the Forbes Building in Westboro to give the public a sense of where things are with the project. I think the focus was more for the Westboro residents. This is a historic building in the center, in downtown Westboro, with very tight lot lines and setbacks to the neighborhood. So I think there was some interest in parking and things of that nature. I was unable to attend. I know that Select Board members Landry and Stivers had attended, and so those conversations will continue. We are having our regular meeting tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. This one actually is in Southborough. I've asked that the meetings be rotated amongst the communities rather than just simply having them in Westboro, unless it makes sense for us to be on site where the project is happening. So we'll continue the conversations about the executive director position and looking at the job description, compensation, and contracts for those positions, for that position as well. So stay tuned. These meetings happen to fall the day after our select board meeting, so it kind of makes the updates a little bit stale by the time they get to you, but.
It's okay. It's a good update. Okay, so we're going to do one more thing before we start the new rebuilding committee meeting. So we're going to do public comment, and there's a lot of people here tonight. Public comment is only for things not on the agenda. It's no more than 3 minutes. We won't respond to it because it's not on the agenda. So is there anyone here that wants to do any type of non-agenda related public comment first? Vanessa, anybody in the audience? Okay, no? Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to start at 7:05 so we can get everybody set up. We've got a lot of people coming up here, and then we'll jump right into the near rebuilding committee presentation.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
So we're ready? Yes? All right, so we're calling the Select Board meeting back to order at 7:06. So this is a crowd. We've got some administrative stuff we're going to need to do first. So we've got several committees that have a quorum, have posted meetings, and need to call their meeting to order. So Andrew, I'll start with you.
I call the advisory committee meeting to order at 7:07.
Okay, and then Jason for NBC.
Call the Neary Building Committee meeting to order at 7:07 p.m.
Okay, then we're going to watch for Capital to end up with a quorum. If they're not there.
In the room right now, including.
Okay, so Vanessa's watching for the third one to come in, then we'll call that to order. So is K through 8, do they have a quorum? Do they post a meeting?
I think the answer is we do have a quorum, right?
Okay, so you've got you,
Two people.
Vanessa, is Chelsea, okay, and Kamali, maybe? Laura? Do you know who else is coming?
That's a quorum right there.
Well, that's a quorum.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Chelsea, Roger, and
Laura,
Yeah.
I think.
Laura is here? That's what I'm,
So, is that-
okay.
is that-
Kamali's not there, right? Okay, and Laura?
He's online.
Laura is there? Okay, so those two should be brought over. Chelsea, let us know when you're there so you can call K through 8 to order.
I'm here.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
I'll call Southborough K-8 School Committee to order at 7:09 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we are going to have a thorough discussion tonight of the work of the Neary Building Committee. We're going to break this up into 4 parts, which I'll explain in a second. The main purpose of the meeting with the full committee, which is the first time that advisory and select board have met with the committee, is for select board and advisory to ask all questions that they want to ask, et cetera, so they haven't had a chance to do that. We're not going to take questions from the public on the first part of the presentation, the Neary Building Committee presentation. We're going to take questions from the public after we get through the capital piece. So we're going to start with the Neary Building Committee presentation. Then we're going to go to the Capital Committee presentation. After that, we will take questions from the public because the two are so interrelated. Then we will end with a preliminary discussion of the fiscal year 26 budget that Brian Ballantyne will lead. So this is a very financially focused meeting. So I'm going to start off with introducing everyone that's at this front table, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jason. The 4 parts we're going to discuss tonight are, we're going to talk about the process that we're in the middle of, what the MSBA is, how this all started, et cetera. So we're going to get that out of the way first. Then we're going to turn it over to Bill Cundiff and there's Tim Tees and Mark Davis from the Neary Building Committee to talk about the site itself that's been chosen for this project. Then we're going to turn it over to our superintendent, there he is, hey Greg, who's going to talk about, with his team, the educational benefits of the project that has been proposed. And then we're going to end with a discussion of the finances that will go into a little bit more detail than I think Jason's going to initially. Andrew Pfaff and I will lead that because we're part of the 3-person Neary Building Committee Finance Subcommittee. Okay? After each of those parts, advisory and select board will ask questions. So if everybody can just hold the questions till we get through each part, then we'll ask questions, then we'll go on to the next part. Make sense? Okay, so I'm going to start at this end and go all the way through so everybody knows who's in front of us and why they're here and what they're part of. Okay, so the Neary Building Committee is comprised of 7 people. Jason is the chair. Jason Malinowski is the chair. Andrew Pfaff is on the committee. He represents advisory. Jason represents capital. I'm on the committee as the rep from select board. Roger Challen is on the committee to represent K through 8. Then the 3 at-large members, of which 2 are here tonight, are Denise Eddy, who served for 5 years as the Ashland School Committee Chair. She was on the committee for 15 years, but served as chair for 5, so she's very versed in what goes on in building a school. And then Mark Davis, who's got a lot of good background for us. Mark was on the planning board at one time. We heard from Mark a couple meetings ago about 40R and is well-versed with the Neary building site itself. He has a long history with it, so he's been invaluable as far as that help goes. The seventh member is Chris Evers, whose expertise is, for lack of a better description, HVAC. And we know how important HVAC systems are to big buildings, right? So Chris is number 7. Okay, now I'm going to keep going this way. So then we've got our school administration reps that are part of this committee as ex officio, starting with our superintendent, Greg Martineau. Next to him is, we've got 1, 2, 3 assistant superintendents, right? So we got Stephanie Reinhorn, we got Keith Lavoie, who a lot of us know, and we got Becky Pellegrino, who we all know. So Becky is finance, Keith is operations, and Stephanie is teaching, learning, classes. So that's those 3. Then next to them, we've got our outside consultants. We first have our owner's project manager, OPM. I always try to do outside. So owner's project manager, Jim Burrows, is representing Stanska, who is invaluable to these processes. You have to have that. It's crucial. And then next to Jim, we've got 2 of our representatives from the architectural firm of Errol Street, which is Katie Lillich and Larry Spang. And then behind them is our, I guess expertise is environmental, right? Okay, so Kate. So we've got 3 from Errol Street, we've got Jim here, we've got 3 from the school administration, and we've got 4 plus the 2 up here from Neary Building Committee. Everybody got that? And then we've got Bill Cundiff in the back, our DPW superintendent, and we've got Tim Teese, who has been our water consultant for how long, Tim? Yeah, long time, knows everything about water in Southborough. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason, to his capable hands, to lead us through these 4 parts.
Thank you. And is there a clicker, or Vanessa, you're just going to pull up the slides? Okay. So first, thank you for having us in. I would hope that this becomes a series of meetings that we are attending with you between now and obviously the very important meeting that's going to be in front of us in May. I know a lot of you follow our process very detailed. Some of you are involved at the periphery at this point. Some of you just saw Neary for the first time a few weeks ago. So we're going to try to strike a middle ground with this presentation tonight to make sure that not only each of you, they're sitting in front of us, but also the public feels like they're getting caught up to speed. I will make a personal commitment to anyone that wants to learn more about any individual part of the project. You have an incredibly capable committee sitting in front of you tonight. You may not agree with the decisions and direction of everything we have decided to date, but I think you will find a very passionate group that is looking to help educate and make sure that you have facts in front of you to make an informed decision. The decision is ultimately up to every Southborough voter when we go to town meeting and to the polls in May, but our goal is to continue to get the message out. We want to hear the feedback, critical or not, and to bring our best foot forward to the town to solve what we believe is a very critical infrastructure need. We'll go to the next slide. Kathy has already previewed where we're going to go with the agenda, so I'm just going to skip right over this slide and keep moving. This process, you'll see on the slide, started in 2021. I don't think I need to tell anyone we're almost at the end of 2024. This has been a long process to date, and we still have a long way ahead of us, regardless of funding and ultimate construction of whatever the town decides to move forward with. It all started with entrance into the MSBA's core building program in September of 2021. It was candidly a surprise that we got into the MSBA core building program on our first try. All the credit for that goes to our school administration. At the time, there was no Neary Building Committee. But to get in on such a competitive process where all 351 cities and towns have the opportunity to bring their infrastructure forward related to schools was obviously a great start. At the same time, the Capital Planning Committee was in its infancy. And we very quickly formed a subcommittee that involved representation from Capital, but also representation from the school committee. At that time, it was school committee member Katura Martin, and members of the school administration, to start to really think about what our vision was in terms of the actual enrollment we needed to be able to support with school infrastructure. There was a lot of discussion during that time of whether we could close elementary schools and just consolidate into existing infrastructure. And there was also extensive conversation at that time of whether we should partner with the MSBA, given our reimbursement rate compared to other communities, in the time that it would take, and expertise that they would bring, and weighing the pros and cons of that, given time value of money and construction escalation. We were very fortunate enough to be invited in spring of 2022 into their core building program after going through a series of steps that culminated as part of one town meeting vote to appropriate feasibility funding that is actually still funding us to this date for the part of the process that we're at. At various increments throughout the process, we have also appeared before the MSBA board for regular check-ins. It's a very, very prescribed program. If anyone wants to learn about every single step and every single subcomponent, the MSBA website is a wealth of knowledge to understand the rigors of the process they put forward before they appropriate any state money to a project in Southborough or anywhere else in the Commonwealth. Go to the next slide. That original part was eligibility. We then went through feasibility, which basically culminated in our meeting in August, where we made a recommendation of our plan and how we would propose to move forward. We'll talk a little bit about how we narrowed it down in the forthcoming slides, but it's really important to note, despite where you've engaged as a member of the public into this process, we have been at it in public meetings for well over 17 months on this particular phase. There's been a lot of time, energy, candidly, at some of the most inconvenient times of the year, primarily the summer, for our members. Again, we are following a process that the state, right, wrong, or indifferent, believes is the right process to inform their decisions of how they allocate money that's in much demand across this Commonwealth. Where we're at right now is a schematic design process. Where we will end up with that process is a revised cost estimate in around the February timeframe. We will then pause and submit that to the MSBA, and they will have a board meeting at the end of April, April 30th to be exact, to make their ultimate decision and funding award. That date has been known for a while. It obviously is what has informed some of the dates that have already been set for a special town meeting, and we'll walk through a lot of that. If this project is successful, both at town meeting and at the polls, we are looking at about a two-year construction window after that before we would ever see students in a school. In addition to that, there's another year of actual physical design that would occur between any sort of town meeting vote and a shovel being in the ground. So just really important to note that even if this is successful in the first vote, we're looking at about a 3-year cycle from there until we actually see students in an actual school there. Next slide, please. The first thing we did is we actually looked at how do we use the existing infrastructure. We called that a base repair. This version of the program does not look at any educational programming. It solely looks at what would it take to bring the building up code compliance and what is needed, whether it be windows, roofing, HVAC, accessibility, fire suppression, many other areas that would go into that. What would it take to bring it up to code compliance without even thinking about some of the requests in needs and changing needs of how we deliver education to the community? That initial base repair cost is approximately $63 million. Important part, as we go through some of the comparison of these numbers throughout tonight, that number is prior to any sort of state reimbursement. We would be eligible for state reimbursement, so the number that we would be bringing forward to town meeting would not be the $63 million. It would be some number south of there based on our calculations. If anyone has not had the opportunity to be in Neary, tour Neary, or look at the existing facilities report that which was commissioned back in and around 2021. The building has aged 3 years since that. There is a link on our website and a link within this presentation that I imagine we'll post after the meeting. Next slide, please.
Jason, let me interrupt you for a second. Patty, do we have a technical problem?
I'm told that the slides are not working on Zoom. They're working on YouTube, but not on Zoom.
Okay, okay. Continue, Jason.
Okay. So in addition to looking at base repair, we looked at 12 other options. The committee quickly narrowed the list down, not because it a rush to make a decision, but because there were some options that were in front of us that frankly made no sense. I'll give you an example of one. One of the options that we had to study and we had to put some numbers to was tearing down a 20-year-old school at the Woodward School and building a new 2, 3, or 4 grade school on that site. It can be done. I don't think anyone, no matter what your view is of education, would think that's a wise use of public funds. So just to understand the range of what we had to look at. We quickly focused on these 3 options. Brand new construction on the existing site using the same exact grade configuration we have right now at Neary, grades 4 and 5. We estimate that enrollment and have been basing all of our projections around an enrollment that you'll see very consistent with these slides of 305 for a 2-grade configuration. We also looked at adding on to the school and renovating it to accomplish the educational mission of the district, but to add 2 additional grades, taking our enrollment from 305 up to 610. We also looked at that same scenario, but knocking it down and starting all over from scratch. Anyone that is familiar with the construction trades knows that looking at 1970s-ish building infrastructure, especially given the amount of cinder block in particular that is in the core of that building, you may not be surprised with what we learned looking at option 2 versus option 3. The cost was not that different. Under option 2, we had a ton of contingency because we just don't know exactly what we would be dealing with in the core of the building versus you know exactly what you're dealing with subject to some conditions in a new construction scenario. And then we also looked at the efficiencies in the cost per student and the cost per square foot that are gained by adding additional grades to a school and what that would mean for the out years in terms of our capital planning for the schools. At the end of the day, we voted unanimously of the 7 voting members to support and continue work in terms of schematic design on option 3, which was new construction for grades 2 through 5, which is 610 student enrollment. I'm going to pause there. There's a lot more. We could spend a lot of time talking about each iteration of the process, but before we shift to the site, in particular, the adjacent landfill, we'll turn it to Kathy.
Okay, so Andrew and I probably don't have any questions because we sit on this committee. So this is for the rest of advisory and the rest of select board to start asking your questions. So I'm going to start with advisory. So we'll go from left to right, and then we'll reverse it next time. Barry.
This may be a bit premature, but what's the biggest unknown that you're facing, either financial or otherwise, that you say this option, there's something we think it's X, but it could be 2X, 3X, 4X. We just don't know.
I'd like to see if our design team wants to answer that, just based on the due diligence they've done to date in the work I know that they still have ahead of them.
I think from our
Larry, hold on a second. In order to get everybody heard, you're going to have a microphone. So we've got 3 microphones on the table, so we'll just have to pass them around. Yep.
Okay, sounds like that one's working. And good evening, everyone. I'm Larry Spang from Arrow Street and pleased to be here. In looking at the new construction, as Jason had mentioned, the unknowns at this point are probably in the soil conditions and the site conditions. versus the building itself, and that's typical for new construction. Once you get out of the ground with new construction, you really know what you're up to, and it's usually, as we say, off to the races. But in this case, and particularly, and we can go through, and we will go through with Mark, some of the issues related to site. So I think that's the place that we have most concern about, making sure we're following what we think is there.
Thank you.
Larry?
No, I'm going to move.
Okay, Howard?
I think a lot of my questions are farther into the presentation. We're advisory, a lot of them are cost related and final numbers, et cetera. You did mention cost per student ratio. Was a cost per square foot ratio? And I'm curious how those two intertwine, because obviously more students and more square feet. Obviously going up mitigates some of that, but I'm curious how those two line up, especially going to the 4-grade school rather than a 2-grade school. There had to be a calculation there that made that more cost effective. And
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has the direct numbers available, but I will start with when we went from a 2-grade to a 4-grade option, we weren't looking at double the square footage. Some areas of the school are exactly the same, such as the gymnasium is exactly the same size, regardless of those two student populations. The cafeteria is slightly larger because you're going to have larger lunches, but it's not twice the size. You then certainly have a multiplier in terms of the number of classrooms.
Sure.
The classrooms is directly related to the number of students, but you then still have the same administration suite, right? You may have a principal and an assistant principal as an example in the school, but you still have administrative staff, et cetera. So it's not a direct corollary. I want to say it was approximately, it was not double, but it was certainly close to like a 1/3 ratio, but I don't know if you want to weigh in, Jim, with the exact numbers.
Yeah, so the 305 option, total project budget was $83 million. So $83 million for the 310 option.
How many square feet?
And that was 100, oh, sorry, I hopped over.
66.
Yes.
66 and 99.
Yep, thank you.
what time?
66 to 99.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just add this at this point. So Howard, so Andrew and I and Mark Davis, we were the subcommittee, the finance subcommittee. I thought until the very end that I would support a 2-grade new school because of the cost. But when I understood the economy of scale of going from the 2 to the 4, it's what swayed me to vote for the 4-grade school. So it was definitely important to understand that you could get a lot more out of 4 grades than just doubling the cost for the 2-grade.
Okay. The rest of my questions come farther down with grants, finance, total numbers, all that, which I'm sure is coming.
We'll get to that.
Coming, yeah. So I'm going to wait for that. Thank you.
Marcy?
Thank you to the committee. A couple questions. One is the $63 million without reimbursement, and you said that there would be an estimate of what would be reimbursed. What is the estimate on the 63? You have the number on that? If you just went with reno option.
So our current reimbursement rate is 39.84% through the MSBA. Now there's an effective rate with that. That gets decreased based on reimbursable or non-reimbursable. So that value we would have to look at, but that's the math.
I don't remember ever computing that, did we? As far as the
Yeah,
We
no.
can get it though.
Yeah.
We can do a calculation.
I mean, certainly do a calculation.
Similar to Howard, it's probably later.
It would be
but-
a little bit bigger than the new because you get a little extra bonus for renovated, but
The only other question for now would be the new construction 2 through 5, 610 enrollment. Do we have 610 student enrollment? Because the presentations I've heard say that we have room in the current schools. So when would we be meeting the 610 enrollment number? What year?
So we have done 2 demographic studies as part of not only the work that I referenced that Kathy Couture and I were on a subcommittee for, but more broadly, we've done work around how to model that forward. every year the district refreshes its numbers based on birth rates, people moving into Southborough, people moving out of Southborough. And one of the things we have learned is focusing on that kindergarten and grade 1 population. There are certainly students that move in at grade 2 and grade 3 and grade 4 and move out. But once you get to that factor, and I'm just going to use a rough average of 20 students per class, I realize the younger grades are lower, the other ones, but like if you just do some simple math, we think we will have some space when the building opens, but it's not excessive. And it's based on true modeling. And the other thing that happened was the state did their own independent review. That number actually comes from them. We actually agree with it, but there's now basically been 3 independent sets of eyes based on demographic data to support this by folks that study birth rates, fertility rates, et cetera.
So is that rate going up or down? Because every other meeting we go to, we keep hearing people are having less kids and there's less kids in our school and it continues, goes down and goes down. And then we hear it goes up, then it keeps going down and down and down. So if we're not filling it now, which I agree with, we should have some space, but it's going to continue to go down, do we really need?
Yeah, so our enrollment projections really show a plateau. So we are not seeing a decrease in school-aged children over the next decade. And in fact, when we look at our current enrollment trends, based on the last 5-year average, we've seen a 3% increase compared to a decrease at the state level. If you look back 10 years, we have a very stable enrollment. So enrollment from 2014 to 24 has remained pretty constant. And all of the demographic studies that were conducted show that that is what we can expect in the future. So we have a pretty consistent school-age population that we can expect for the next decade.
Greg, I think you know the answer, so I'm not trying to put you on the spot. What do we have in 2, 3, 4, and 5 right now if we added them up? It's a little bit less than 600, right?
It's 5, I don't have the number at the top of my head, but it's like 570.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to note as part of that question, for anyone that's not familiar with Southborough's history, we built or added on to our current schools at the absolute peak of Southborough's public school enrollment, which is why, I mean, I think everyone at this table would acknowledge there is excess space in our current elementary schools, which is why that subcommittee looked a couple years ago at whether we could just simply close one, and ultimately came to the conclusion that it wasn't as simple as that. But I think one of the things when I took a step back on this project to date is the level of data and the consistency of data was very helpful. Most other towns are grappling with a very different situation, is unpredictable waves of data, potential massive housing increases. I'm just leaving MBTA off to the side for a second, but just normal, land turns over and a developer comes in and adds, 4-bedroom homes. That obviously has, quite a strain on communities in terms of the school enrollment, regardless of the number of kids that anyone has.
Is that good enough, Marcy? Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay. You're okay?
We included the 3 potential 40Bs in those calculations, et cetera?
No.
Or they did?
Yeah, so the way that the state approaches this is they continue to monitor what we're doing. When we came to this enrollment configuration, none of those 3 40Bs I'm aware of were even on the table at that point. I do know at that time, obviously there was some litigation in town that was certainly discussed, but they based this based on building permits and known site plans before the planning board, et cetera, and they monitor this as we go through the project as well. The other thing we are required to do is be able to prove that if we build too small, we have the ability to add on in the future, and we're not building into a landlocked area. That is part of the required part of the process. At the same time, we don't want to overbuild in anticipation of something that may or may not happen, and we don't know the housing impact of that.
And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the current design, we rounded up in terms of the number of classrooms we had, so we're a little bit over that 610-ish.
Correct. So when you look at the conceptual design, we're looking at potential of 8 sections at each grade level. That is, if we look historically, that tends to be the maximum number of sections that we've had, and those tend to be an outlier year, so it does, it does adjust for that.
It for advisory?
Good.
Okay. All right, Al, we're going to start down at your end and go this way for the select board.
First, I want to say thank you for all your hard work, because I know what a thankless job this is. And I think you've done the right thing in terms of population projections. I have a minor interest in that area. And, birth rates in Massachusetts are among the lowest in the country. And UMass demographics says our birth rates are going to continue to decline. So I think you've got that right. I got lots of other questions related to lots of other things, so I think I'm going to hold off for now.
Marguerite?
Just one question, and maybe I'm jumping ahead, and thank you for the enormous amount of work on this. It's wonderful that you've done it. The only thing that I worry about is, what if tariffs are put in place and building materials skyrocket? I think I'm not being, overly pessimistic here, but I think it's a question I have. How is that factored in to what's going to happen?
When do you want to speak to the cost estimation process?
We're going to talk a lot about cost shortly. We can answer that one, but let's keep the cost ones to we get to the cost section.
Just about the estimation and what we do or don't do around that sort of factor.
Sure, yeah. What we are doing at various stages of the project, we estimate the cost of the project, so we have a professional estimator we're working with, as well as then the OPM hires a separate estimator, and we compare notes, run down all the numbers, and then get what's called a reconciled estimate. So we're actually having two professionals who are looking at the numbers and telling us what they think it is. Within those estimates, the estimators are trying to understand what the escalation rate is between today and the date of bidding, which is how they then figure out inflation. I don't know as anyone predict what could happen under the upcoming administration. I do know that we had a lot of inflation over the last, 2021 and 22, in particular into 23. There was a lot of construction inflation, and those have been addressed in many ways by communities who were under construction at that point. So it really depends on where the market goes. Right now we're seeing small amount of softening from those high numbers. We're hopeful, but it remains to be seen. We've got a long way to go.
Okay, so thank you. You've thought of this, in other words. Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Marguerite, on this first phase? Sam?
Thanks again for all the hard work on this, and it's not over, certainly. But one of the things that I'd been concerned about, we've already addressed, which is the enrollment projections. And I've heard the conversations around, what happens with some of the development in town, MBTA communities and so forth. And I guess I'm pretty comfortable that there is enough conservatism in this in a variety of ways that we're in pretty good shape there. And less of a question than a comment, but education and teaching has come a long way in the last 50 years since this building was originally built. And I think that it's hard to measure the benefit from actually having a building that is built in a way that enhances and supports the teaching and learning process versus the days that I was in school where you've got small rooms, everybody sits at the desk facing forward. And my vivid memory is that periodically we would have to hide under the desk to protect ourselves from atomic bomb attacks kind of thing. So those days are fortunately long behind us. But I think that to me is an intangible, but something that is an important part of the equation here as we think about pluses and minuses. So again, I've got my questions answered for now, but I will stay connected. Thank you.
Andrew?
So the $83 million figure that I heard, is that net of the expected or projected?
We'll go into detail
We'll
later
go with
with
the thoughts
Kathy.
on the
Yes,
grant.
yeah.
But the answer is yes. So this is just process. The process, MSB process, maybe timing of things, how the vote works, et cetera. So we're just trying to get the process questions out of the way first. And then we're going to dive deep into it.
Okay,
All
I'll
right.
hold the rest of my questions until.
All right. Okay, now we need to make room. We're going to talk about the site itself. There's been a lot of questions on the specific site. So we need to make room up here for both Mr. Cundiff and Tim T. So if maybe, okay, and then you'll be back. And make sure Mark Davis has a microphone close to him. And while we're doing this, Roger, did I neglect to introduce you? I know I said you were the rep for the K through 8, but I don't think I said much about you with all your background. Okay, so I want to do that now. That was a big oversight. Okay, no, it's not. Roger Challen, who's done everything in this town, select board, selectman, advisory, K through 8, anything called upon. So I'm very sorry. I was sitting here going, I don't remember introducing Roger. And okay, so I figured you'd take it out on me later, so I thought I'd better correct that. Okay, so now we have invited Bill Cundiff, our DPW superintendent, whose feats for the past year we lauded a few minutes ago, and Tim Teese, our longtime water consultant, for lack of a better word, from PAR. P-A-R-E should be PAR, just so you know. Okay, so PAR, even though it's spelled P-A-R-E. Okay, so what we want to do with this segment is talk about the landfill, explain where the landfill is, what you know about the landfill, what we've done to investigate the landfill as this process has gone on, and what other steps are going to be taken to make sure that we continue to provide a safe area for this school to be built on.
Sure. So I can provide a little bit of background on the landfill. So the landfill, we refer to as the Parkerville landfill. You may also hear it referred to as one flat field. Right here. Hear me?
Hold on a second, I'm not sure we can.
Can you hear me now? Oh,
Yeah.
sounds like it's on. So the landfill started. It was used as a area going back all to the 1930s. Matter of fact, some of the reports I read suggested that the landfill was actually used to bury debris from the 1938 hurricane.
Hold on, Tim. I still think you got a problem. There you go.
Hold it down. Oh, can you hear me now? All right. So what I was saying is that the landfill goes back possibly as old as 1930, 1938, right? There's records that say that building debris was buried there after the hurricane in 1938. But it wasn't really used as a landfill proper until the 1950s. It was what's called an open burning dump. People would dump their trash there, and it was quite literally, it was just burned in the open. It was converted into a solid waste landfill, a formal landfill in the mid-1950s. In the mid-1950s, and it was run as a landfill until the mid-1970s. Okay, it was capped and closed per state requirements in the 1990s. Around 1995 is when that process started. The landfill itself, like I said, you might refer to it as Lundblad Field. It is the field up against Parkerville Road that has the junior soccer area on top of it. That is more or less the entirety of the landfill. It does wrap around a little bit to the south, but it's that mound right up against Parkerville Road. And it's about, at its closest point, it's about 300 feet, 400 feet from the Neary School. So since the landfill was capped in the 1990s, the town has set out to do what's required per the state and per the EPA, which is to monitor the landfill in perpetuity. And so the town monitors the landfill on an annual basis for groundwater and surface water impacts. Essentially, samples are collected from groundwater, samples are collected from the surface water, and they're analyzed for a whole number of constituents. That's done on an annual basis. On a quarterly basis, the landfill, the perimeter of the landfill, is monitored for what we call landfill gas. Now, landfill gas it's a number of different gases combined. It's methane, hydrogen sulfide, carbon monoxide, and volatile organics. And that monitoring happens, like I said, on a quarterly basis. So the landfill right now is ringed by
landfill gas monitoring points, as well as landfill gas vents. There are also groundwater monitoring wells, both shallow and deep met wells, around the landfill, right? And like I said, those are monitored on an annual basis. So my firm, PAR, we've been involved in this with this landfill now for about 5 years, doing the groundwater monitoring. Like I said, we do it on an annual basis. We collect samples, we send them to a lab, and the list of things that they're analyzed for, it's literally hundreds of potential pollutants. And we find consistently about a half a dozen pollutants in the groundwater, but at relatively low concentrations, right? The things that come up the highest beneath the landfill are iron, manganese, and sodium, okay? Those are, iron and manganese are not particularly toxic. Sodium is not a toxic contaminant. It does have health impacts if you consume too much of it. And then we do find very low concentrations of some other contaminants like arsenic and 1 or 2 volatile organics. But the concentrations that we typically find in groundwater around the landfill are very, very low, right? On a quarterly basis, like I said, we do monitoring of the landfill gas. And much like the groundwater and surface water, the landfill gas that we find is very, very low. Most quarters that we do it, it's actually non-detect, meaning we don't actually detect anything in the soil probes that we have in the ground around the landfill. So, I'm happy to say that the landfill, right now, it appears to be very stable. It does, landfills do decompose over time. This one appears to be fairly stable, and we're not seeing significant environmental impacts much beyond the landfill to surface water, groundwater, or the air around the landfill. So that's a very short overview of essentially what we do on an annual basis out there. I suppose I'll open up to questions if that's okay.
So can you explain how the school got built there, given there was a landfill right there? What was the, and if you don't know, Mark Davis probably can. So it might be a good chance for you to kind of chime in as far as how we have a landfill where we have a school already.
So I'm not, that's a good question. I don't actually have an answer for you. I don't know why the school was put where it is today. I do know that we have records of the school existing around the time that the landfill was active, or right around the time it was starting to close. But why that was selected as a site, that I don't know.
Mark, you want to chime in here?
Yes. Do I have to hold it?
No.
How about now? My understanding is the site entirely was donated to the town. So there was a large enough parcel that you could put a school on at the time. And that's about as far as I know as to why there's a school there. Thinking back to the town I grew up in, schools were relatively close to landfills in that town too. I don't think we thought much of it in the 60s. But I don't think that's the best explanation, but I'll get into it a little bit more.
That's okay. Okay, so Tim, back to you. Can you explain what other steps are going to be taken as far as the school project? And I think, Jason, we probably ought to explain the site itself. So the original site that we had first looked at was actually not where the current building is. It was where, if you remember when we had the last 2 town meetings outside, it was there. So we were going to keep the school in place, build there, and then close the school and move over. But there was extensive testing of the soil there, and the soil was not good. We were going to have to literally go in and remove 6 feet or so of all that soil, truck it out, and bring in new soil. So it was going to be quite a process to do that. So therefore, we did start looking at some other sites. The school group wanted to try to maintain the campus feel of the 2 schools, Tridier and this one. So we did look at a couple sites surrounding there, didn't spend a whole lot of time with that, and then decided that the best place to then look as the second choice is where the current school sits. So that's where we ended up with, is that site, tearing the current building down and putting the new school pretty much where the current school sits. So Jason, with that, add anything you want to, but
Just one point on the fill, it was, in the design team will keep us honest, it was because it was not structural fill, so it was not stable enough to be built upon. It wasn't the soil itself, just to make sure everyone's working with the same information. I would like the design team, unless Tim is better suited to do this, to walk through the mitigation measures that we've built into the design, in addition to what's already been documented of what's already ongoing, because I think there was some suggestions made that we've built into the design as well.
Okay, we're still on? Yes. So as Kathy was mentioning, we did, I believe, 6 borings in the 4 borings. Okay. 4 borings in the area just to the north of the school, which is planned right on this drawing, which is just behind you guys, in the area of the existing athletic fields as the sort of primary site. And what we discovered or concluded is that much of that land was filled with what's known as common fill to create those fields. So the land was much lower, and as we said, was about 6 feet of fill that was placed on top of that. So it was soil that was trucked in, placed there to create the tabletop for the fields, and would have to be either scooped out and carted away, or other techniques used to make that possible for the bearing of a school. That was, if I remember correctly, about $2 million worth of work just to clean that soil out and put in new soil to bear the building on. And in a series of investigations, analysis, we looked at and felt like if we can take down the existing school and put the new school there, we have more stable soil to build on. Likely there will be some still amounts of fill around the edges of that building as we go forward. Talking to the work that we're doing on the school itself, we are trying to pull together several ideas about the way to protect potential vapor that may show up in the ground from the building. So what we're talking about is putting in a vapor remediation system. Some of you may know it as sort of like a radon system. There's pipes in the ground. You pull the air out through the building or through a series of vertical pipes and release the gas to the atmosphere, as well as then a vapor barrier underneath the slab. So those are steps we are investigating in order to prevent, in the event that any gases or chemicals are moving through, although, as you can see from this diagram, the 2 monitoring wells, there's a pair of monitoring wells on either side, are showing, to your point, minimal intrusion of chemicals from the landfill.
okay. Mark, do you want to add to this discussion?
Sure. One of the main reasons I got on the committee to begin with was I was concerned about the location of the school near the landfill. And I think the committee will kind of smile a little bit. I've probably been the loudest one on the committee about asking questions about it, as well as asking questions about the wetlands and the existing river, which is that blue line to the right, and where we can position the school to best ameliorate the conditions that we're dealing with. I look at the Neary School as the bottom of a bowl. If you drive in, you're driving to the bottom of the bowl, and everything kind of sits there with the school, the fields, and the parking lot. And if you were there in the last couple of weeks, there's even a standing puddle right at the foot of the hill, right in front of the existing soccer field that just doesn't want to go away. That's kind of the low point of the entire site. So we needed to understand what's going on with the landfill. How does that affect the site? We need to know what's going on the surface But we also have to fully understand what's going on below the surface, because that's where all the trouble reigns. And that's what we really need to understand. As I understand the groundwater in this area, and I did attend the town meeting in the 90s with the capping and recall that question being asked at town meeting, where's the groundwater go? It flows north and slightly west. And if you know the area well, if you drive down Parkerville toward town, behind all those houses is a large wetland area, and you can see Trotter off in the distance on the uplands. That's kind of where everything goes on the surface. That river I pointed out flows into that area. All the wetlands drain on the surface to that area. And it doesn't always work this way, but the groundwater is flowing in that direction as well. If you flip it back to the other slide. So we know where the water's going on the surface. We know where it's going underneath. Of the two monitoring wells, you have one that's closest to the school. From the school's perspective, that's the well, as a town, we need to be concerned with. That's going to be our first alarm that there's a problem. And in the 30 some odd years we've been testing this, there isn't a problem. There's low stuff that the engineer talked about there, but there's nothing that's overly concerning, and it hasn't been increasing. So the models that were done in the 90s seem to be testing out. And those two wells are very critical to Neary. When we originally looked at it, we also, as just was said, did some soil borings. We needed to know what the soil conditions are. And one of the borings that we recently did was between the school and that monitoring well, not far from where that puddle was that I talked about. And we found all sorts of debris, wood, rotting wood, typical debris that you'd see in filled wetlands. So we're not going to be building there. We want to stay as far away from that as possible because you can't build on that type of soil, and that's why we did move the school back to where the existing school is. Is there some risk of putting a school where the current one is? We don't truly know what the soils are underneath. We'll be doing further testing there to make sure the foundations will be proper. But in the studies that we've done so far, we haven't seen anything coming up through the foundation. We haven't seen the typical things you'd look for to determine whether there are structural issues. So the one boring that we did right close to the school, it was consistent of sandy type soils. So we may have dodged a bullet. The recommendations that the engineer pointed out I've been strongly urging, which is to pull the water out from underneath the school. We are also in a high groundwater area. We discovered during the borings that in some cases the groundwater is 18 inches below the surface, 2 feet below the surface, and just to the south of that one monitoring well that's close to the school, the groundwater is present. It's there, right up near the surface. We've also looked at the 100-year floodplain maps to determine and make sure, because we've had 100-year storms twice in the last 5 or 6 years, to make sure that there isn't a flooding issue. And we're outside the limits of those, what the maps indicate would be the 100-year flooding.
So, Mark, are you satisfied with the current steps that are taken to monitor the landfill and the additional plans we have for putting the vapor barrier in, et cetera, with the new project?
With one additional thing, I would recommend at the end of the construction that we install 3 more wells right up close to the school. And then we do annual testing on those wells and compare those results with PAR's results around the landfill so that we always are doing a comparison as to what's going on.
Okay, so with those 3, you're satisfied?
With those 3,
okay, so I'm
satisfied.
I want Bill to have a chance to kind of conclude this piece of it with what you think, what we've done, and you believe we're doing the right thing, we're on the right path.
Thank you. So I've been working on this with Mark Davis for a while now and with Tim. The few things, I just want to break it down in very simple terms. There's 2 things that you're concerned about with any landfill. Number 1 is gas, the other is water, groundwater. With this particular site, as I look at it, and if you look at the image on the screen, you'll see just to, I guess that's east, this is a rotated map, there is a water body, or what appears to be an old water body, and as Mark Davis pointed out, that monitor well shows groundwater right at the surface. That water level forms a natural gas barrier, so the chances of gas migration from that landfill toward that direction is minimal. So that's number 1 with regard to the gas. If you add on the active gas extraction system that the architect mentioned, I think that's just adding, minimizing your risk. It's layers of risk and then mitigating that risk. So I think the gas issue is addressed pretty fairly. With regard to the groundwater, the school is served by the MWRA water system, the town water system. We all drink from it. It is a direct connection. Let's assume there is an issue, and based on past evidence, there are minor levels of contaminants in the groundwater. That's not surprising or uncommon for a landfill site. So we look at mitigation and risk. Is there a risk to that? There shouldn't be anybody in that building that's drinking the groundwater or has access to the groundwater. That water supply comes in through the piped-in water, MWRA water system. There should not be an issue with groundwater. So between those 2 things, I'm satisfied that the site is not going to have an issue. That's assuming they don't dig up something during excavation. But outside of that, my assessment of what we see, the 2 issues of concern are addressed.
Thank you. Jason, you want to add anything before we do questions? Okay, so let's start with Select Board this time. Al?
Thank you. This has been very instructive. A couple of quick questions. We don't know, so I get the gas bit, that we were talking about sort of the groundwater contamination. We don't know the extent of that contamination. Is that correct? Yeah.
So in terms of the extent, how far it extends beyond the landfill,
Yeah.
that has not been mapped. But what I can say is we put these wells, when I say we, I mean engineers in general, we put them around the perimeter of the landfill to intercept, if there's a contaminant plume, intercept it close to the source where the concentrations are going to be the highest. As it moves away from the landfill in any direction, it's going to dissipate. And so that's why the wells are where they are. But beyond those wells, it has not really been mapped beyond that.
So the other sort of, it's tangential, but fairly close to that monitoring well, we actually have sports fields. And, there, on a damp day, contact with questionable water is something that is a risk. And I think we ought to be giving serious thought as to whether that's an appropriate place to have a sports field.
Well, again, what I can say is the contaminants that are present, if they are somehow getting out of the groundwater into the surface water where the kids are playing, they are very, very low in terms of what we have found so far.
That's not something I want to tell a parent of a 5-year-old.
No, I understand. When I say low, in some cases they're present, but below even what would be considered a safe drinking water standard.
Okay, all right. Those are the questions I have. I'm encouraged that you want to place a set of perimeter wells closer to the schools so that you can make sure that there's a tripwire.
Okay. Marguerite? Side questions?
Just a quick question. The vapor barrier on the school, does that have a lifespan? Do they fail after a certain amount of time?
You guys want to talk to the quality of the barrier?
I'm not aware of failure, but I'm certainly willing to look it up and see. It's usually underneath a slab, so it's not like it's wearing, it's not like it's getting hit with sunlight or something that would tend to erode it, but I can't say for certain, and I'm certainly willing to get back to you on that one.
Is that it, Marguerite? Sam?
Yeah, I had a number of questions, but if Mark is satisfied, I'm satisfied. So, thank you.
High hurdle. Andrew?
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Okay, so now we'll turn to advisory. So, Marcy?
Is the current school on a slab, or is there any infiltration of groundwater now?
The current is on a slab, so it's a slab-on-grade construction. We have not heard of any infiltration at this point. I don't think anyone has reported it to the school. We didn't see any indications of movement in the slab or in the structure in ways that would suggest there's groundwater impacting the foundation system of the building.
So the superintendent's office is in that building. They're all shaking no, so I think the answer is no. Marcy?
I was just wondering if this similar design for the new school would be, also on a slab, and therefore support your claim that no groundwater would be impacting the new school.
Yeah, we are not planning any sort of basement type space. There will be utilities underneath the building as usual, but all that's filled in and sealed off. And looking at some sort of vapor barrier system right underneath the slab, we believe will help to mitigate that.
Is that it?
I'm good. I understand, the barrier. I understand the risks, and I think they're minor as well. But I don't think we're the final people you have to convince. It's the town. So what's the alternative? And is there an alternative? Is it this or nothing? That's what I think you need to be prepared coming to town meeting with. I'm satisfied personally. I understand groundwater. I understand the barriers. I understand the monitoring. I understand the low risk. But I'm one person.
So Jason and I should answer this one to make this clear for now. The project that's in front of the MSBA is the project. If this project is not approved, there can be no amendment at town meeting saying we'll move it someplace. Medfield tried to do that, and it's not possible. So the plan is for the building to be at the current Neary site, and that is our project. And if that is not approved, then we kind of start all over.
If we want state funding, we can
Right.
start over as a town at any point we want if we want to pay for 100% of this through our tax bills, whatever project we decide to do.
And again, this doesn't offend me at all, but
Yeah, and we will be ready to speak to at least the town-owned parcels we looked at. That was part of our process, including the existing school sites. So we will have a plan to articulate that.
thank you.
Yeah, I just had one question. It was noted that this landfill was capped 30 years ago. Are there any data about how landfills behave over longer periods of time? Landfills like these behave, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. Do they stay stable? Do they tend to leach more material? Do they off-gas more? Do they off-gas less? I mean, I don't know. Is there any data available that might tell us where this is going to go?
That's a great question, because we only started capping landfills this way in the 70s and the 80s. That's really when the regulations came around to cap these the way we do today. So this landfill was capped about 30 years ago, which is about the average age of most of these landfills that have been capped, believe it or not, right? So there isn't a lot of data for this kind of landfill with this kind of cap that goes beyond, 25, 30 years, just because they don't exist. But generally what happens over time is, with these landfills, is that the decomposition slows over time, and it's the decomposition which creates a lot of that off-gassing, the methane that we're worried about, a lot of the shifting of the landfill, which can change impacts to groundwater. That happens because of the decomposition that's going on in these landfills. And like I said, over time, that decomposition slows down. And so that's probably the best I can say in terms of long-term trends for these landfills.
Thanks.
Yep.
Can I just add to that? So we have a contract with PAR. They do our inspections, periodic inspections. Is it annual? Annual inspections, and we get a report from PAR, and often we'll have maintenance requirements. So, Tim will share his comments to us. We'll go out and address the comments. I think anybody that's been up to Lundblatt Field will have noticed a settled area in the northeast corner of the field that ponded water. We went out and we graded it and we reseeded it and leveled it off so that water shed properly. We have to maintain these things, and we keep on it as we do annually. So, the DEP, actually, we have a great relationship with the DEP on the landfill too. Since I've been here for the past year and a half, I've spoken to the DEP probably a half a dozen times about this site.
One other question, probably for Larry. In terms of the old construction of the school and the new construction of the school, just in case this question comes up, obviously we're going from a one-story to a two-story, but the materials are a little bit, hopefully, lighter. Is the load on that site roughly similar, as opposed to, like, if it's stable today on the existing slab and on the existing soil conditions, do we expect that a new school would be much more weight that needs to be bared by that site? Or
Interesting question. So let's see, unravel that a bit for you. The existing building is a lot of concrete block masonry walls that are typically these days done with metal studs and drywall. So the sort of inherent sort of dead weight of the building is much less than a typical story would be much less today than it was then. Two stories a little different, but the weight is coming down through columns rather than along spread footing, so it bears the weight a little different. The live load is a different thing because now we have to take more into account seismic shifting potentially of the building, and so there's more live load that's put into the ground to there's shear walls and things that keep the building from racking during a seismic event. So a little hard to say precisely. I'm happy to get our engineers to give you a little better input if that's helpful. But I think in general, it's probably...
In general, it's, replacing a giant concrete block, basically, with something that's a little bit better engineered in terms of...
Yes.
Weight should be roughly similar, just in case, people ask, it's a two-story, it holds a one-story, now we're going to two, is it going to be able to hold that? Well, it's a different construction type, and, engineers are confident if we had some kind of thing like that would be good.
Yes.
Tim or Adam? No? No questions? Okay, so that should be it for part two, I think, as far as site stuff goes. Okay, so now, you probably, maybe switch again. We're going to bring our administrative team back up because we're going to talk about the educational benefits and the reason that the project's been proposed, we believe, is the better educational outcome of all the 13 choices we looked at. You can, you can stay if you want to. We're still going to do capital, which you're a big part of. So it's totally. I know it's going to be a late night, and I know you got a long drive. You can go on if you want to go, and then jump on Zoom. It's fine too, Bill. Whatever you want to do. Okay, where is Mr. Martineau?
Yes, so thank you for the opportunity to talk about the educational benefits of the proposed building. I do want to begin by talking about process. I think it's really important to talk about the feasibility phase. The feasibility phase really began by thinking about visioning. This is not a building that is only a 10-year building. This is a 50-year building. So we spent a lot of time focusing on what will education look like in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30, and 50 years, and really thinking what type of educational programming we want to accomplish for our students. What experiences do we want our students to have within this building? So I think it's important to talk about, we spent many meetings, many hours with many different stakeholders, seeking input and feedback that resulted in an educational plan. That educational plan is the foundation for all discussions around the design of the building. The educational plan drives the design, not the building drives the educational plan. I think that's an important point to make. In terms of the benefits of the proposed new school, grades 2 to 5, we've organized it into 4 domains: community building, academic, social and emotional, and then operational and leadership. So I'll first begin speaking about a couple of the benefits for community building. I'll use our current school model. So we have a 2-grade configuration for each of our elementary schools. And I'll use Woodward as an example, not because Woodward is my favorite, but I'll use Woodward as an example. So currently what happens is we spend a tremendous amount of time in the current model helping students transition from first grade to second grade. There's a tremendous amount of effort from our faculty and staff, sharing information, making sure students are prepared for the next grade level. We spend a lot of time working with our families, making sure that they understand the climate and culture of the new school. And then we welcome families, students. We spend the first year building relationships, getting to know our students, helping families understand the climate and culture and the traditions of the school. And then the second year arrives. And the second year, we're focused on exiting parents, families, students, and we go through the same process again. So we prepare students for 4th grade. That time and effort is significant. It's time and effort from our teachers. It is time and effort from our families, and it does impact our students. So with the proposed 2 through 5, the 4-grade span option, one of the significant benefits is a 4-year experience. So the time that we spend transitioning students, welcoming families, building relationships, partnerships, that will last much longer, and we won't hear from parents, but I love Woodward. Do I have to transition to the next school? We hear from Finn parents. We love Finn. Do we have to transition? So there will be a longer grade span and experience for students, for families and teachers to build that sense of community. And we think that will result in more time focused on teaching and learning and what students need, and more time really focused on what we should be focusing on, teaching and learning. The second benefit in terms of community building is sharing of faculty and staff. So again, education is a collaborative process. It really takes a pre-K through grade 5 team to really make sure the experience for our students is cohesive, coherent, and impactful. One of the challenges we have now is for third grade teachers to work with 4th grade teachers. It's more challenging to get teachers together to talk about students, to talk about coherence in curriculum, and talk about student experience. One of the great benefits is that we'll have Teachers in the same building, grades 2 through 5, more opportunities for collaboration, more opportunities to share information about students, more opportunities to really build a strong base for what students experience and what families experience. So those are 2 examples for community building.
So building off of what Superintendent Martineau was talking about, some of the benefits when we think about the teaching and learning and the academic side have to do with having 4 grade levels together, and some of them have to do with an updated design, like an actually, a design that is more modern and matching the visioning work that we did. In terms of the academic benefits, as you just heard, this continuity for students also allows us to have the data and the intervention programs and all of the academic programs have greater coherence and alignment across the grades and supports that work across the grades with the collaboration of teachers across 4 grade levels. It also, with the design work that we've been doing and the visioning, we have focused a lot on the potential for more flexible and inclusive learning spaces. So the flexibility, currently we have times, I think it was Mark alluded earlier to the students seated in rows. There are ways that we can now design for small group, whole group, individual work, and the ability for it not to be just kind of making do with the space, but designing the space so that it actually is conducive to these flexible groupings that are also inclusive learning spaces that meet the needs of all of our students. In addition, we would be able to have more enhanced music spaces for our ever-growing music program, which would benefit both practice and performance in those areas. I think I'll pass it.
So a new 4-grade school would actually have benefits when it comes to social and emotional learning. First and foremost, this grade structure would, as Superintendent Martineau had already indicated, reduce the number of transitions for our students and also for our families. As you can imagine, the students being in the same school for 4 years will also give them the opportunity to build stronger connections to our staff. They'll get to know their students better, and they'll also get to know their classmates and their peers in the other grade levels better over the course of those 4 years. It will also provide greater opportunities for our special education staff where they will be following students through those 4 years. They will know that student's background and be able to provide the services that are required. Additionally, this system allows for the establishment of behavior expectations that, again, are consistent through those 4 years. Right now, one building may have one behavior system in place, and then it may change when the student transitions to a new school. And then lastly, having 4 grades does provide greater opportunities for students through cross-grade opportunities and connections, such as cross-grade mentors, or also having reading buddies from some of the older grades going into the younger grades.
And from the operational side, some of the things that we're definitely gaining as benefits are relatively common sense, but the 3 that I really wanted to highlight and make sure we're emphasized here is our transportation system would absolutely be simplified, moving from 3 elementary schools to 2. That would make things a lot more simpler when it comes to the routing and all the things that are connected to that. The second, and it's been a large portion of our work so far, is the sustainability focus and the reduction of our carbon footprint. Just imagine going from 3 elementary schools down to 2. Would it be an immediacy? And then coupled with the work that we're doing with our sustainability subcommittee to make sure we're maximizing every one of those opportunities is second on my list of top operational advantages. And the third is relatively simple. When you're going from managing 3 elementary schools down to 2, we would be able to consolidate our facilities team, make sure they're working off of one building versus 3. There's immediate things that happen there, and they're going to have a deeper understanding of how that building will operate. And obviously, with new systems, we want to make sure our team is well-rounded to be able to do that, and also provide for their teamwork. A lot of times, we have to build these opportunities, and these opportunities will be more organic with that group. So that's something we're paying very close attention to with the adjusted advantages of this new school.
And then I'll stay on this slide to just talk about the leadership benefits a little bit. Some of these have been implied in what we've been talking about, but our administrative team works very hard to coordinate and be aligned and coherent across the schools. But by bringing the 4 grades together, we would see the benefits of streamlined communication to families and across our system, within the system, but also in the areas of professional development, school safety, budget planning. All of these things are streamlined, more coordinated, more coherent as we bring 4 grades together.
So next slide, please. So part of the process working with our architects is we formed a design team. So we've been working closely with the architects and a group of leaders, members of the Dairy Building Committee, and educators really thinking about the design of the building. So this evening I'd like to share kind of a conceptual design. This is conceptual. This is not, many changes have been made in terms of where certain rooms are and so forth. But if you look at the front of the building, that is where many of the common spaces are. So you see the gymnasium. One of the benefits of this gymnasium, it is not divided in half as the current Neary gymnasium is, so it allows for developmentally appropriate PE classes to take place. You also will see an adaptive PE space, occupational therapy. Moving to my right, you also see the nurse's office, and then the administration offices. Moving to the right further, you'll see the music spaces. So you had music ensemble. You have a large music space that actually connects to a cafetorium. So you have a stage in the cafeteria that can be used for musical performances, drama, et cetera, and then the cafeteria. So the front of the building really are common spaces, and one of the design principles really is to also think about what spaces would the community like to use during the weekend. So it allows the administration to really cordon off certain spaces during the weekend so that the community can use those for their purposes. In terms of the wings, so you'll see two wings. Those are the academic wings. We are calling each one of the wings represents a grade level. So this is the first floor. So if we look at one of the wings, we see what we call a learning neighborhood. For example, would contain all 3rd grade classrooms. Would also create spaces for students who need special education services to provide services within the neighborhood, so they're not traveling to another part of the building. It's contained in that learning community. And also you'll notice small group rooms that connect each pair of classrooms. That small group instruction speaks to what Dr. Reinhorn shared about learning is flexible, small group. Specialized instruction can take place in those spaces without removing learners from kind of the experience that's happening at that grade level. You'll also notice that on the first floor, each wing has a specialized program space. So currently, our schools don't have spaces designed for sub-separate programs. Through the team process, it's determined that some of our students require placement in sub-separate programs to meet the students' needs. Oftentimes, if we don't have the program within our district, the student is placed in a private school setting or out-of-district placement. The design really creates 2 spaces where we can have sub-separate programs. where students can be educated within their peer group and not have to attend an out-of-district placement, as an example. The other feature that we want to speak to is the corridor in a neighborhood. So we are calling that the Learning Commons. So the Learning Commons is a space where learning can flow outside of the classroom. You can have small group instruction. It's a place where you can have class meetings. It's really an extension of the classroom and uses that Learning Common as kind of an extension to educational space. We're also looking at part of the Learning Common as a place where students can engage in science experiments. So there's a space where kids, there's a sink and a lab and presentation devices. So again, it's kind of an extension of what students experience in the classroom. Next slide. So the second floor, the two wings, again, would represent two different grade levels. And then you also see in the front of the building on the second floor, we have the media center, and we have an art space. And again, each of the learning neighborhoods contains a grade level and contains all of the spaces for academic instruction that a neighborhood would need or students would need. Students would leave the neighborhood for specials, so art, music, PE, and again, that are kind of centralized in the front of the building. So again, those are some high-level design principles that we're looking at. We are finalizing the design. We've had a lot of input from educators and stakeholders and feel pretty comfortable and confident that the design really meets the educational plan that we articulated. And then next slide. So this is just an example of a learning neighborhood, and the Learning Common just shows kind of the flow of traffic that might work in a Learning Common. And I will turn it over to Keith to talk about the relocation plan during construction.
Yes, thank you, Greg. So actually, as Kathy had mentioned earlier, the original thought was that the new building would go on the fields where the prior outdoor town meetings were. But once the adjustment was made to really look at the current site of NERI and where it actually is located, would require a relocation plan. So this was something that was developed with a lot of input from our administrative team at each of the buildings, and really started talking through the process of whether or not it was feasible. And we really anchored that around the goals of having integrity for the grade level experience. Certainly student safety was at the top of the list of that relocation plan, and the continuity for families and students. So the plan that is currently in its very tentative form, and then we're going to be beginning that process early in 2025 to really dig into the detail of it, is outlined on this slide. We do anticipate that if things go as planned, that we'd be moving out of the current NERI building in June of 2026, and it would be obviously part of the construction site until the beginning of the 28-29 school year. So we needed to have a plan in place that would take us through that and make sure we were covering all the bases. So instead of bringing kids into a new environment that they aren't used to, it's more of retaining them in their prior school for one more year. So it would be keeping the pre-K for Southborough, kindergarten, grades 1 and 2 at the Finn School, and then Woodward would be 3, 4, and 5. One thing to stress about this is that this is not ideal. We will need the additional of modular classrooms to make it happen, but I am working very closely with the principals about the feasibility, and it is absolutely something we can do, but obviously not optimal. As long as we anchor our decisions around the goals of the relocation plan, we're feeling confident that we'll be able to do it successfully, albeit a 2-year process. The benefits of doing this, we're going to go into a lot of different detail, but it certainly will speed up the construction process, whereas otherwise we'd be sharing the same location with a building if it was built adjacent to it. So this really provides for that opportunity to speed up the process and build, keep some continuity for our families and students, which we're hoping to do. So it's a very high level, and there's going to be a lot more detail for this and for families as we prepare for the transition.
Is that it?
I think that's it for this section.
Good. So one thing, this is probably obvious to most, but to make clear, if this project were to be approved and go forward, and the new NERI opens in the fall of '28, so outline what the grade configuration would look like at that point.
So the new building would house grades 2, 3, 4, and 5. Woodward would be pre-K, K1.
Okay, and Finn would be closed as a school?
It would be decommissioned.
As a school? Okay. Okay, so let's start with Select Board this time. So Al?
Thank you, that's instructive. A couple of notes here. You talked about, the sustainability and the reduced impact, and I'm going to get on a soapbox here for a minute, because this is an example of silo thinking. Because, in fact, the taxpayers of the town of Southborough are still on the hook for the same number of square feet. Just because Finn doesn't belong to the school committee doesn't mean that the taxpayers of the town of Southborough aren't on the hook for Finn. So that's kind of, we've got to stop this silo thinking, because you got to be thinking about the entire community, not just the kids and the parents of the kids, because we do this a lot. You're not alone by any means.
It's a good point, Al, but actually it's even going to be more, because the school is adding more square foot than what we have now. So it's actually more, not less, not even,
wait,
not less.
So, and then you talked a lot about efficiencies and cost savings, and I'm going to challenge you to put a number there, because talk is cheap, and you really do have to tell us how much we're going to save. And when we built the public safety building, and Jason will remember this because I made a fuss about it, we were told that the new public safety building would be much, much more efficient than the old the fire station and the police station. And then those made NERI look pretty good. And I'm not saying that NERI is in good shape, because it's not. But, the first time town meeting came around, all of a sudden we were presented with a higher bill for heating HVAC for the public safety building than we were for those two outdated buildings. So my challenge to you is, you made the statement, you got to put some numbers next to it. Tell me how much we're really going to save. We're going to start talking about money in a few minutes, and you need every dollar of benefit that you can communicate to this community. So if you just say we're going to save money and it's going to be more efficient, I'm sorry, that's just talk.
So I'm going to speak as the chair of capital for a second. I fully agree. We shouldn't be thinking in a siloed mentality, but I think there's one part of the statement that may not have come across very clear. I agree that we as a town are still going to have to maintain Finn, whether it's a school, municipal building, as long as that maintains in our inventory, completely agree. I think what we did not spend time on tonight's presentation, and we're happy to at a later point in time, and I'm sure this will be music to Kate's ear, we're going to build a net zero building, or as close to it as possible. So even if you were just to go comp to comp, right? New NERI as proposed compared to existing NERI, I fully agree. It's on us to show that the operational efficiencies of that building, both from a sustainability perspective, but also personnel, janitorial, how they use the building, we will come back on that. But I just want to make sure that even though we won't be losing a building in the town's inventory, we expect that this should be different. We chose not to build a net zero public safety building due to some of the cost pressures. I think we live in a very different world now, especially with some of the credits that we're exploring from the federal government. So it's a good point, and we owe you an answer.
Thank you. Marguerite?
I'm just thinking back, Al, on the condition of the previous fire department building and the previous police station, and thinking they were pretty sad places. And I, for one, am very happy that we're no longer dealing with them. I think my only question was, I think there were certain things that were considered for the school that were not done, like a separate auditorium. So lest we think that this is like the Cadillac fully loaded school, I know there are things that you cut. Could you discuss some of those?
Sure. So I think that the NERI Building Committee really pushed to making sure that it's educationally sound and efficient in terms of space usage. So originally, we did include an auditorium. Through conversations with the NERI Building Committee, that was removed. We also have been working closely with the committee on really looking at square footage and really making sure that the square footage we're asking for is not excessive, is exactly what we need. This is a very efficient building in terms of space. It is not overbuilt, oversized. It really does meet the educational plan that we set forth. We've had many conversations with our architects and design teams trying to winnow down the spaces that we have. And if you look at the revision history of space, what we were asking for in terms of the space summary, you can see from where we were, what we were asking for, to where we are today is a significant difference without compromising the educational program and what students will experience.
Thank you.
Sam?
As I said earlier, I think this is a substantial improvement in the educational experience, which makes a lot of sense, and I have my other questions have been answered, so I'm all set. Thanks.
Andrew?
Hi, thank you. Have you thought about how the Southborough Extended Day program is reconfigured with going from 2 schools to 1? Because I know my kids are in the SEDB program, and there I start to think it might be a little bit different experience of, there's some benefit there to having the group just 2 grades who are close enough together. If you have, if you combine them all into one group that's kind of an age range of, 2nd grade to 5th grade. I don't know if you've thought about how that fits into this picture.
Yeah, so I think it is, first of all, we're committed to having a before and after school program for our families. We've had some initial conversations around a 2 through 5 grade span. How can we structure the experience before and after school so that we're still making sure that it's developmentally appropriate. Our kids are with, near peers. So really thinking about the program at the new building, for example, as being 2 different cohorts of kids, and looking at, grades 2 and 3 as a cohort of kids, and then 4 and 5, and they would graduate from 2 to 3 to 4 and 5.
And just one point that I think speaks to the benefit of the consolidation that I don't know if it was expressly mentioned is just the reduction in the amount of parent time driving around from school to school when you have multiple kids, because the way it works out right now, our kids are separated, are 2.5 years apart, so they're never in the same, and it's a lot of, so there's hours and hours per day added up that that makes a real difference. Thanks.
I think Mr. Malinowski could probably sympathize with that sentiment. Okay, advisory? Andrew?
Quick question. You pitched that the community would have availability to use some of the spaces as proposed, but yet you've cut the auditorium and some things from the plan. So I'm just wondering, what specifically do you think the community would use at the new school, and what would be available if the school's closed on evenings and weekends?
So the 2 spaces are, one is the gymnasium and the second is the cafetorium. So those are the 2 spaces that were designed for community access during the weekend without compromising kind of the academic space during that time.
So I want to start, I think you all know with my kids in the school how I'm a fan of the program and what it's evolved to. My son is about out, and my daughter is a troutier. The one thing, couple comments. I think most of my comments were addressed at the other end of the table. I think Mr. Dennington, especially with the extended day, but also the buses. One thing I enjoyed when my kids, and if it's maybe a minor loss, was my second grader wasn't on the bus with the fifth grader learning what they shouldn't learn at that age, and they kept their innocence. So maybe that's a small sacrifice. I like the plan. I like the openness. I would ask the architects, as you think about this, and I have quite a bit of experience with teal rooms and how education changes over time. If you think about it, Neary was state-of-the-art when it went in. And look where we are now. They're drastically different. Our math department is changing this year. It's a whole new program. Education constantly evolves. I hope the school, maybe not in its immediate setup, but with your construction designs, it might be thought of an easy way to reconfigure it at minimal cost. So structural columns, but thin walls. So if I'll date myself, the open classroom, I had an octagon when I was a kid, which was a failure, comes back, that there's a way that we don't have to redo the school again in 20 years. So as we're going through the design process, that's a challenge I'd give you to make this effective.
Either comments or questions. The first one follows on from Mr. Hamilton's comment. It seems to me that one of the things that's going to be very important is understanding the going forward reduction in recurring costs, transportation, energy, personnel, janitorial, equipment. I mean, all of that adds up, and as part of the, say, sales process, it seems like that's going to be a really important thing to understand, given some of the other big numbers involved here. The second one is really just a question, and this might have been answered earlier, but I missed it. In terms of the number of square feet per student, because you brought up space being one of the things that you squeezed on a little bit, I was just wondering, there's always a fixed space and then sort of variable space. But in terms of, say, schools in this area, 500 to 700 students or something like that, how does this fit along with other schools that have been built in Massachusetts in the last few years? I'm just sort of curious if there's any information.
I don't know, Andrew, I know you did a ton of research. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, Larry, I could send you, basically did a chart of the last 20 years or so of elementary schools that have been built. This is about the same at what Neary would be today with capacity of Neary. Like if the superintendent's office wasn't there and it was classrooms, it's about the same amount of square footage per pupil.
And how does that compare to other schools being built now, though? Because things change over time.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it depends on the size of the school, right? I mean, it's on a little bit on the higher end.
Okay.
Not the highest, but I mean, it's like if you look at the school that was just proposed in Hopkinton, the square footage per pupil is smaller there, but there's more kids. It's double the size, right? I think it's 1,200 kids versus 600. So
Yeah, well, that's why I think.
Yeah, so it's tough to get the efficiency of scale, but I could send you the data.
I was more curious just which side of the middle point we were on, and you think it's just.
I think
above the middle.
we're above the midpoint,
Okay.
but again, that data is going back quite a ways. But I think there's just some spaces. I mean, Neary right now and in the current plan has a very large music department, which is something that that was very important to keep. Art too, that so those are like a little bit above the norm, so that's skewing it a little bit. But
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
And I think it's important, sorry, Barry, before you go, it's really important to note that when we looked at that 2 versus 4 grade option, the amount of space per student in the 2 grade option was off the charts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 2 grade in its original configuration, we would have been, I think, the largest amount of square footage per pupil of any school that I could find data on.
That's understandable.
And now you're much more in the.
Barry?
I have a bit of an outside of the box question. So I'm a big fan of expanding the grade range. I think it makes a lot of sense. When I went to school, it was grade 1 to 6, and my kids went 1 to 6. And it seems to me that has all of the educational advantages that you talked about, plus it has Andrew's benefit of all the kids going to one school. Did you not consider a larger grouping because you felt constrained by the existence of Woodward and Finn, or were there other educational reasons for that?
This is primarily educational. We do think there's a benefit of having an early childhood center, pre-K, K1. I think the developmental needs of our earliest learners are a bit unique. So having a very focused early childhood center and then having a 2 through 5, we felt was the most educationally sound in terms of student experience.
Thank you.
Anybody else online?
I'll just add to that, outside of the educational part, and it's probably a nice segue into the cost. Obviously, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the town, and every grade we add it certainly increases the cost, right? And we had to strike a balance. One of the things we heard from the MSBA loud and clear, even though they made us go through the iteration on Woodward, even before we had our consultant team on board, that building is 20 years young, right? So if we did expand and went to, and I come from a K-6 district, so I understand and can appreciate your sentiment, Barry. I think we were going to be in a situation where we'd be closing 2 schools potentially, one of which was only 20 years old, that we were not going to get any sort of funding as well. So regardless of the educational parts, there was some operational financial challenges that even if it did make educational sense that we would have had to overcome.
Anybody else on advisory? Is that it, Barry? Is that good enough? Okay.
Yeah, I
Anybody
think
else?
Adam might have had a question, but I don't know if he raised his hand.
What's up?
He did raise
What's up?
Oh, okay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me
Hi,
okay?
Adam.
Yep.
Hi. First, before I make a question, just a comment. I'm not sure if there's anything you can do about this. It's really, really hard to hear certain people virtually. I know I wish I was in the room, so that's my fault, but if there is any way to get closer to the mics, that would be helpful. I don't know if other people are experiencing that, but with that, I apologize if these have been asked and I missed it or couldn't hear it. But I heard some conversation around the auditorium, and I tried to look through the slides that I had available and tried to follow the presentation. I didn't see any detail on exactly what the balance really is between some of the athletics and the arts and music being built into the facility and the amenities there. I'd be personally, and I think people in the town would be very interested in knowing what that balance is. I couldn't imagine a scenario where we would cut a gymnasium. So I'm interested in why we cut the auditorium, and maybe there's other parts of the building that will serve the same purpose that an auditorium would. So that was one thing that I was curious about. Others have, I think, asked about the cost. It sounds like we're about to get there and the cost of the taxpayers. So very interested in what the impact on our taxes will be. And then the other question I had, which I think there was some discussion on sustainability, that's also a topic that I would imagine others in town will be more interested in learning more of the details about. And so I don't know, again, if I looked through the slides, I didn't see anything on there, but I apologize if I missed it. If there's anything you can do to help us understand what exactly is going to be more sustainable. I get the efficiency piece, and I'm very supportive of all of those arguments. But I am curious just from an environmental impact and waste and everything that we're doing to hopefully future-proof the building so that it remains sustainable into the future. I would love to see more details on that in the final presentation as well.
Do you want more tonight, Adam, or you want to wait?
No, I think just a recommendation maybe. I know it's already going to be a late night. But
It is getting late. We got
Adam, just on the auditorium piece, I mean, I think that was certainly a debate that we had a lot of, but the auditorium is not reimbursable by the MSBA. They have a pretty good white paper on it, why they don't necessarily recommend it, a standalone auditorium. So that's why we have the cafetorium, so the cafeteria with a stage there. So they basically, either want you to do the cafetorium route or a gymatorium route. Kind of you have that multifunction space, so it's not just a dedicated auditorium. I think here, especially with Trotter being near and having the auditorium there, and even with the size that was proposed, I think it was still, if we were going to have a standalone auditorium, would still need to be bigger than what it was. So it was, and we don't get any reimbursement. So that's why it was taken out.
And I'll just add, Adam, we could be here all night. We have a lot of things we didn't talk about on this project yet. And the sustainability point, we have our own subcommittee on that, that 3 members sit on. So I think you'll be hearing a lot more about that. They're making some final recommendations here in the next month. So that would be a perfect opportunity for us to come back. The other thing I'll just add on balancing that against the music in the arts is echo Andrew's sentiment on the auditorium. On the gym, it's the MSBA standard size gym. So we didn't go over, we didn't go under, kind of how the state thinks about these in 351 other cities and towns. I would say the music program, though, there was a ton of collaboration that Greg and the administrative team had with the actual educators in that space. And that started to inform some of our auditorium decisions too, based on the spaces they were able to co-create for delivery of the music program, which I think Andrew highlighted a little bit earlier, and the balance of that, even before even getting to the cost, they helped us make that decision before we even had to have the difficult cost discussion.
Okay, great. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Adam. Tim? He's not answering the question? Okay. Okay, so it's almost 9 o'clock. Select Board's been going since 6, so we're going to take a 10-minute break to give everybody a chance to go to the bathroom. There's bathrooms up here and 2 on the first floor in case people here aren't familiar with the townhouse. But we're going to start exactly 5 after 9 to do the final part, the money part.
So Sam
financial slide, right?
It's one slide for you on the next slide.
Okay, so it's the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, so Vanessa, we're ready for the next slide. Tell me, we're ready? Okay, so we are back in session at 9:07. Okay, this is what I think some people here waited for, Patty, et cetera. Here we go with the cost. Here's the cost part. What I think you're here for, to hear about the cost, right? What? Okay, good. Okay, so before we talk about the details on this slide, the original cost that was computed when we came up with the first round of projections was, call it $150 million. So the cost has come down quite a bit from where we started in May to now. We're down to now about $114 million as far as what we think the cost of a new four-grade school would be, based on the estimate that was done by the estimating firm that's independent of everybody here, that does most of the estimates for schools throughout the state, is what I've been told. So that's the estimate we have. It was based on square footage. They didn't have a schematic design. They didn't have a detailed design. They based it on the square footage that the architects had put together. So what does it mean to the town as far as cost goes, and what does it mean to an average taxpayer? So we believe right now that with the $114 million cost, MSBA is going to give us about $32 million. So we're going to have to float a bond of about $82 million when this is completed in the fall of 2028. We'll float temporary bonds all the way up to pay for the construction, and then when it's finally done, the final permanent bond will be, we believe, something in the neighborhood of $82 million. It's a big number. We've never had a number like this in Southborough. The public safety building was roughly, when you include the land, about $25 million. When you just include the building, about $20 million. So it's a big number. Construction costs have gone up a lot over the last few years. When Jason and Couture and I were on the school research committee and were first looking at this, we were working with the same OPM we had for the public safety building, and he told us to use $750 a square foot to build the school, which sounded really high to us even back then. So now we believe that with current prices, when this is actually going to be built, we believe it's going to cost about $1,140 a square foot to build this building. And 1140, and I'm rounding slightly. So I got that by taking the 114 divided by 99,654 square feet to get to that. The MSBA does not reimburse towns 100% for the cost of schools. They look at each city. They look at the wealth factor that that's allocated to the various towns. Our wealth factor is pretty high. Our gross reimbursement rate is about 40% today, but don't write that down yet because it's going to get reduced further. So 40% if construction costs today were $645 a square foot. The MSBA has a cap on what they're going to reimburse per square foot, and right now, when you include the site cost, Jim, and I'm looking at you to make sure I do this right, it's $645 per square foot. $586 a square foot for the building, and $59 a square foot for site costs. So those total $645, and we think it's going to cost about $1,100 a square foot to build it. So the effective reimbursement rate that we're expecting right now is in the mid to high 20s, so call it 27% or so. And Jim, I redid the original one based on the increase in rates. So I think it's between 27 and 28. That number's the actual cost is going to change between now and the time that this is submitted to the MSBA. As I believe one of the architects alluded to, we're going to have 2 more estimates between now and February. We expect those estimates to be done the first week in February, and those will be compared and then reconciled to come up with one estimate that gets submitted to the MSBA. That is the number that they use to vote on as far as our grant goes, and that's on April 30th. On May 10th at 9 o'clock at Algonquin, we will then bring that cost forward to the town and ask the town to approve it based on what the MSBA vote was 10 days before then. So that's the process to finish this up. The cost will either go up or go down from what we've got tonight. We all hope it goes down. It may not. It just depends on inflation. It depends on what the estimators think that the market is at that point. So we don't know. There are things that could push it down, there's things that could push it up. So right now, that's where we are as far as what we think the cost is. So again, we've come from 149 down to 114. The cost, so we did this two ways. We looked at the cost of, the impact to a house that right now is valued at $600,000, and then one that's valued at $900,000. So this is the standalone impact to those two houses. It has nothing to do with anything else you're paying for taxes. We're going to go back to that at a later meeting. But the standalone cost is about $800 for a $600,000 house per year once the bond is fully floated, and $1,200 for a $900,000 valued house once that bond is fully floated. The average price in Southborough right now is $957,000 based on the values as of 1/1/24. So the 900 is even a little bit lower than that. Okay. Andrew?
And Kathy, that's a 25-year bond or a 30-year bond?
That's a 30-year bond. So we think the debt service for a 30-year bond, and Brian, I'm looking over to you, is about $5 million a year based on the interest rates that our bond council told us to use. So think about $5 million. Last year, fiscal year 25, we spent about $65 million. So the 5 is a 13th of that, or 7, almost 8% of it. So it's a big number. We've never had debt service like this, ever. The schools that we built in 2000, 2001, 2002, we got a 63% reimbursement. They cost a lot less back then. And in fact, I believe the MSBA reimbursement rates were maybe even higher than the construction costs. So we really got 63% as far as those schools go. So this is a much different animal cost-wise. There's no doubt about it. However, this committee has worked very hard to determine what we thought was the best project, and we believe that this is the best one to be brought forth on May 10th at this point.
Yeah, and to elaborate on Kathy's, I mean, we started, I think the first iteration of the 4-grade school was about 121,000 square feet. We've gotten that down to about 100. So I think, as Greg alluded to earlier, keeping the educational plan in place, but using it as efficiently as possible. Spent a lot of time and a lot of work to do that. But that being said, as Kathy said, this is a big number for us. One thing that people might know about or have a question on is the amount of debt ratio. There's a state bylaw that you can only go to a certain amount of your debt service to total expenditures. MSBA and school debt is exempted from that calculation, so it doesn't come into consideration here. But if anybody has a question on that, we can take that offline.
So the rule of thumb right now is the state doesn't like you to go above 5% of the value of all the assets in the town. That value right now is about $3.7 billion. So we're well below that right now with our debt. We're in really good shape with our debt. This will put us above that, probably, but we're still within the rule that says we want all your other debt to be below 5%, and then you can add on the school debt. They exempt school debt from that general rule of thumb of staying below 5%. Okay. Jim, do you want to add anything to? So Jim has been by our side the whole way as far as he's the one that keeps track of all these numbers and makes sure that we understand what to expect here.
Yeah, I think the only thing to add would be that this is a snapshot in time, as you alluded to. The process is we will have a schematic design level estimate, as was mentioned in February. That estimate will be reconciled, and that will be the number that we'll put into our our schematic design estimate to the MSBA. Prior to that approval with the MSBA board meeting at the end of April, we'll have a project scope and budget meeting with them where that grant and that final value is determined. So this number will shift around as the new estimates come in and as we go through that process with the MSBA. This is just a snapshot in time with all the information that we have from the previous estimate and everything we know today. So just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah.
And to elaborate on Jim's, there's continued to be some numbers in here that we're working on refining and trying to narrow the cost down and trying to get it down. We're carrying in this a 1.5 grossing factor, which means basically it's the amount of square footage on top of what the classrooms and the dedicated space that a lot of the schools nowadays are ending up around 1.47, 1.48. So if we end up there, there'll be a little bit of a reduction in square footage. On top of that, we're actively looking at, grants and federal investment for the geothermal systems or solar, other grant opportunities to help to reduce some of the cost. Also, reviewing, different materials and things of that nature, trying to get the cost down. But trying to get additional points, so MSBA on top of the 40% reimbursement that Kathy mentioned will give you additional points for being a green school, and some other factors that we're also trying to increase those where efficient in terms of the cost benefit to also bring this cost down a little bit. But we're sticking with that 81.8 number for now.
Okay, let's start with advisory this time. Our financial committee.
Go ahead, Larry.
I guess the only question I have, not being knowledgeable about these things, is the increased debt load going to have any effect on our credit rating?
Most
Andrew?
likely, yes. Obviously, that's, an external credit agency is going to have to come in and do a review. It wouldn't affect us in terms of getting this bond done, because it would be a post.
Affect interest rates?
No, it shouldn't affect interest rates. So we should carry our AAA rating, through this bond, issuance. The question is the additional debt that we would have, whether or not that would affect our bond rating going forward, to be determined, but it could, for sure.
Okay.
Couple questions. So we're in SD. What's our contingency percentage? What are we holding? Well, the project at SD, you're showing an outline. You don't even know full construction. There's got to be.
Well, there's one now, there's going to be a different one later because of how little has been done on the design work, but go ahead, Jim.
But at $81 million, there's a contingency of what percentage?
So we have multiple contingencies. So let me just pull up our estimate. So we have a pricing and design contingency. So that's carried through schematic design, through DD, through all the phases of detailed design. And currently we are carrying design and pricing contingency. We're currently carrying 15% for that. As we go through each iteration of more and more detailed design, that will be decreased. So that's included within the total project cost. We have a soft cost contingency, so that's everything outside of construction.
Yep.
And we're carrying, let me just pull up our 3011. We're currently carrying 1.5% for that.
Is that all FF&T, or is that?
Sorry, say again?
All FF&T? Is it?
So that's for anything outside of construction. So yes, it could be
Chairs, tables.
Any increase in, if we have to do any additional design work, that can be covered. For construction contingency, so that is the contingency for any construction-related changes, we're carrying 2.5% right now. And all these numbers are based off of historical data. For what we have carried on previous projects.
Okay. Construction was what, 2.5?
2.5. Oh, yes, sorry.
Me or him? Me. How's that? Sure. Okay. And then I understand we're in SD, we're early, but as Mr. Hamilton said earlier, we can't do this in a silo. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered. What do we do with Finn? That is a big part of this project. Do we carry that building? Do we get rid of that building? Are there other thoughts? And maybe that's put your capital hat on for that. And maybe that's not for this committee, but that needs to be.
It's not for this committee, but those discussions have been started.
Okay.
We do expect to have an answer to that question by town meeting, so that, because we believe it's really important to be able to say this is what happens to Finn. So there are conversations. undergoing right now with the seniors, for example. The community center subcommittee has been disbanded that looked at that. So we've got some data to work with. So we do believe that question's got to be answered at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I do appreciate on that line, looking for grants with solar. That is this a LEED certified building? What level? Or don't we know yet? Silver, platinum, gold. We're not there yet, I'm sure.
That's some of the additional reimbursements that Andrew was talking about.
Sure.
So yes, LEED Silver minimum is that requirement where you get additional MSBA reimbursement for that. And then you get additional on top of that if you basically designed a net zero and meet the specialized code, and you focus on indoor air quality. That's another component where you get additional money.
Right. Okay. So obviously, I don't need to say it. Anywhere we can find, any stone we can unturned to find something to offset this cost will be greatly appreciated. So,
Yeah, could I ask one more question? Do we have a good handle on the hazardous materials that might show up during demolition of the existing school, and are there any potential surprises there?
We did a hazardous materials survey. We have a consultant that reviews the building and categorizes what they've seen. That's included in the estimate as well. So I think we have a good handle. That it's a consultant that we use often, and they're very familiar with the schools and buildings of this age.
Great, thank you.
And Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we were carrying like $1 million or over $1 million for hazardous material
Abatement.
abatement. It was pretty good.
Yeah, that
budget.
sounds about right. Yeah.
I only have two questions. One is, when I asked earlier, the $63 million reno cost for option 2, the reimbursement rate, I think you said, Jim, was 39%.
So I think to clarify that point, that's our base rate. And as part of this process, because this is the project that we have, we would have to go back in front. So that's, I don't think that could really be applied to that because we have submitted to the MSBA for the option that's being put in front of us.
So it's not a direct comparison to say Reno would reimburse at 39% and New is reimbursing at 27%?
No, because we don't have that data with the MSBA. So that would have to be a... Yeah.
All right, I was confused about that. Okay,
Absolutely.
the next question is, estimated cost for 900K assessed value is $1,207 from 2029 to 2059. I thought there was some lead-up numbers from 25 to 29.
There
Isn't that the case?
We're going to show that
Okay.
when we get to the capital section, because we're going to start borrowing as soon as there's a project. But that's when you hit the full annualized amount, there will be some lead-up, yes.
Thank you.
So Jim, to go back and clarify what Marcy was trying to get to, she was trying to compare the apples to apples. If we were to do the base repair at the $60 million, we're still going to be subject to the same cap on reimbursement rates.
Correct.
Right?
You can get some more.
Okay, so in other words, you
more
weren't
bonus
going to...
points, right?
Yeah, you can get bonus points for...
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're still going to be subject to the 500 whatever cap on construction rates. So that effective rate is going to come down on that too.
Correct.
So Marcy, you'd probably still use, it may be, because you do get a couple more points, so maybe it's 29, not 27, but it's not 40 compared to 27.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Okay.
And then I think the other part is, we started to preliminarily look at forecasting budget out for the next few years and what this school will mean on top of that. So really understanding this plus, library, other aspects. So that's, obviously we're still working on next year's budget. We don't have those figures yet. So more to come on that. But, we're definitely swimming uphill here. This on top of all the other budget constraints. So, but more to come.
But we do expect to have a full 5-year projection by the time at town meeting. We've already done it once, but it's got... Okay, we will work on it. We've already done this, and we will update it before town meeting so that people understand the total taxes they're expected to pay the next 5 years instead of just the standalone piece of this in a vacuum. So we understand that, and we do intend to do that. There's been a lot of things that have happened in the last few months that will affect what we did previously. We've got a new library edition that's on the table that Marguerite told us about. So anyway, okay, Select Board, Al.
Thank you. I'm going to surprise people by saying I would like to build this building. The thing that's causing me a heartburn is I can't figure out how to pay for it. And I can't figure out how to pay for all of the things that people in our community want. And now I'm going to step out of the silo. And I've got three principal concerns. One is the impact on seniors. One is the impact on town finances and our credit rating. And the other one is risks. So I'm going to talk for a minute, and it's going to get a little nerdy. I'm going to apologize. So when we talk about the impact on seniors, it is in our financial interest to have our senior communities stay in their homes as long as possible and practical and safe. Because when they sell their homes, we all know who they're going to sell their homes to. They're going to sell them because I moved here 28 years ago, and I bought a house from a senior citizen, and I brought my 3 kids along. And so seniors pay more than they consume, pay more in taxes than they consume in services. They're cash cows. Sorry, but that's the portfolio theory term. And and the $1,200 and there's a bunch of other stuff we want too, is going to hit people living on fixed incomes very hard. And so I think we need to think long and hard about how we provide relief to seniors if we can. And that's one thing I'm quite concerned about. The next thing is the impact on our town finances and our credit rating when we look at the totality of debt. And a few weeks ago, I got assigned to the town financial management policy document. And because the DOR says that, we need to have one of these, and we only have a portion of it. And debt is a big part of that. And there are three and the DOR provides guidelines. And you are absolutely correct, they make an exception for schools going over that 5%. But the other thing that when you start reading into the fine print, one of the things they tell us is that when a town gets to 4%, it enters into what they're referred to as the financial stress zone. And now the numbers I have are a little different, and this is a work in process, but I'm going to say it because these are things we need to start talking about, is that I have our equalized value at about $3 billion, and so 4% of that is $120 million. We currently have committed debt that's going to carry on for the next few years of about $25 million. The good news is the Algonquin debt rolls off the books in a couple of years. This is not a crazy time to begin thinking about taking on a significant program. In fact, it's probably the best time we've had in quite some time. The current capital plan, which includes the $81 million, and it includes another $30 million in things like new roofs for schools. Jason knows these numbers well. New roofs for schools. It includes the library. It includes some apparatus. It includes dealing with replacement of the well over $100 million worth of assets that we have in the ground, like culverts. There's, we got all sorts of ticking time bombs in town in terms of financial challenges. We add all that up, that comes to about $135 million, which by my numbers comes out to about 4.5% of equalized value. That puts us in the financial stress zone, and that is worrying to me. The next level that they talk about is that debt service relative to the general fund. And by the way, these numbers don't work together, and they say that debt service should not exceed 10% of general fund revenues. Currently, our general fund is about $60 million. It'll grow a bit. And our current debt service is about $3.8 million, which is about 6% of the general fund. It's going to drop off by about $400,000 when we pay for Algonquin. The debt service, if we do all of the things that we want to do, would rise in the neighborhood of $11 million in the out years, about 2028, 2030, that range, which is about 18% of the current general fund. It'll be less because the general fund will go up because things get more expensive. But that is a second guardrail that, we seem to be bumping up again. And then finally, they have a guideline of debt maturity, and they say that 50% of your debt should mature within 10 years or less. And if we're borrowing $81 million for 30 years, we're bumping up against that. And so if we do this program, and by this program, I'm not talking about just the schools, I'm talking about all of the things that we want, we're going to find ourselves in a position in 3 to 4 years where our access to the credit markets is restricted. It would be imprudent to go further. So we will end up with little or no access to credit. Today, when we have an emergency, and I'm going to use the breakneck hell dump as, a financial emergency, we have access to credit markets to solve that rather than having to ask the taxpayers for an extra $2 million this year to cover that cost. And I've had a couple of really good conversations, Andrew's been part of them, with the town finance community about this. It's a nerdy but fascinating subject. And he says that, towns, the S&P expects towns to have financial policies in place, this sort of stuff. And that if we decide that we are not going to follow the if we're going to bump up against the guardrails and pass over them, then the best we can hope for is an A rating. Have I said that more or less correctly, Andrew?
It depends on how they analyze it and review it. But there's a possibility that if we have a policy and do not follow it to the letter of the law, we could get a unsatisfactory rating on that part of the FMA, and that could force us to cap at an A. But again, that's if S&P and Moody's review that and that calculation's done. But we're pretty far afield, Al, in terms of saying it's a definite, but it's a concern.
It is a risk, that we are running financial risks here in terms of the structure and the capacity for debt service in our community. I'm struggling with this, to be honest with you. So,
well, tonight's purpose is to ask questions. The equalized value is actually, hold on. The equalized value is actually $3.8 million, and that's less than 4% when you put it all together. So I'd say this is a great discussion, and we're going to have it on the debt. We're going to have it on the 5-year budget. But tonight, it's 9:35. We still got to do capital, and we've got to do the budget.
So
what
you
we're trying to
prefer I
do
not
is ask
speak, is that correct?
No, I want to do this, Al, but get into
I'm
the
almost
debt.
done.
Okay, all right.
I'm almost done.
All right.
So the last one is the risks, and I think we need to have a fulsome discussion about risks. And the two risks that I see are interest rate risk, because it's a fool's game to try and predict what interest rates will be in 2.5 or 3 years. But my quick calculation is that a 1% increase in interest rates would add about 12% to the debt service related to this program. That's ballpark. And then we do, I think, have significant tariff risks. There are things we can do. There are things we can do to ease the burden on seniors in particular. We can have some measures of tax relief. We could, for example, decide to suspend the CPA. We could decide that we are going to fund a lot more capital projects directly, particularly the smaller ones. We could buy a fire truck with operating cash rather than debt. We could fix some of the culvert problems we have with operating cash rather than debt. That's still going to be taxes, but it would be a way of protecting our tax rating. We can delay the library. We can freeze headcount. We can review headcount when there is a replacement. Now, the town's municipal side, I think we need to have a serious discussion about that, but that's only about a third of the town's expenses. So finally, I want to just say this about the school building in general. I went to the Trotter Band concert last week, and I watched an amazing music teacher, Mr. Clark, handle 100 kids, and they made some great music. And frankly, the jazz band was swinging. I was really impressed. Buildings don't teach kids. Teachers teach kids. You know, the Boston Latin is a 120-year-old school, and it's a darn good school. So I think we need, this is what's keeping me up at night. I don't know how to pay for all of the things and maintain a responsible financial position in the town.
Marguerite.
I have no questions.
Sam?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I've followed this pretty closely. I think I understand the numbers. I do have a moderately different view from Al, but tonight is not the night to debate that, so thank you.
Andrew?
So I have a question. It relates back to, the process that you were talking about earlier and then the cost issues we're talking about now. So, on one of the first slides talked about there was a MSBA eligibility phase which we qualified for. So if town meeting did not approve this project, what would happen in terms of MSBA eligibility? Is that
So that might
gone,
be,
or is it?
Vanessa, if you can just advance the slides. I think it's 2 slides you're going to skip. You go one more to answer Andrew's question for a second. Short answer is we can have a failed vote, both at the ballot or at town meeting. The key is we have to secure funding within 180 days of April 30th. Right? The ordering in which we do it, whether we have a failed vote or not, is not necessarily the factor. It's we have 180 days to secure 2 different votes if this is the project that the community wants to support. If after the 180 days we do not secure the 2 votes that we need, which is the town meeting vote and a ballot vote, we basically run the risk of, and it's highly likely that we would go back to the beginning of the line. I think Southborough would be faced with a difficult decision at that point of whether we reapply into the MSBA process and go through another 3 to 4 year process, or start to try to deal with this on our own, and obviously in some sort of moderation. But we'd have to we'd restart. We'd probably have a brand new building committee, and we certainly would be at the back of the line from a state perspective, given the amount of time and energy and validation that they have put into the project to date.
This might be a good time to remind everyone what the dates are we're talking about and what the votes are that we need.
So
on
Vanessa,
both.
go back 2 slides now. Okay. So we have 2 votes in front of us. The first is the scheduled special town meeting for Saturday, May 10th, 2025, starting at 9 a.m., held at Algonquin in Northborough. Given the audience we are attending for that, expecting for that. That requires a 2/3 vote, and that is mainly because we are proposing to use debt for the project and not fund it within an annual budget. The second vote that is required is a ballot vote. The local election is 4 days later on May 13th, 2025. So we expect that the ballot question would appear there. That is a majority vote, and that is to exempt the debt from Prop 2.5. So there's 2 different reasons for voting. Here's the important part. You could have a failed vote on May 10th, and you could have a successful vote on May 13th. It would then mean you only have to go back and do a vote from a town meeting perspective again, right? So the ballot question will appear regardless of the outcome of that Saturday town meeting. You do not have to go in the order, is what we've been advised to date. Okay. Obviously, if you fail both, you got to redo both.
Okay, any other financial questions from advisory or select board? And Adam's okay? Okay. Okay, that concludes the new rebuilding committee discussion, unless, Jason, you want to wrap it up with anything?
I believe you were going to offer public comment.
No. What I said at the first, I'll repeat, we're going to do public comment after we do capital because we think they're both, the capital is going to be pretty quick, and we think they're both related, so we think you need to see capitals before you ask questions so you can see how the whole thing comes together. Okay? All right? So thank everybody. Is your capital committee here?
I don't know if I have anyone else on. I don't see anyone online. I have to have Steve, so I have I don't have a quorum, but I have.
Okay, all right.
Do you want to, given that some of the questions could require some of the input from others in this room, I think we should, I would propose, if you're amenable to it, just show the one slide that shows all-in capital, which
Okay.
I think will go to some of Al's points.
Okay.
Pause for questions and then come back through very quickly on capital, just because while I
Okay,
love
so
the
I
answer
thought
to
we
that-
agreed you were just going to do the one slide. So you want to do the one slide, then come back and go into the detail?
Nope, there's other slides that are relevant, but let's just focus on one slide, then I would propose you offer public comment after that.
Okay, sounds good.
So Vanessa, I need the capital slides quickly. So while Vanessa pulls up the slides, capital is willing to come back any night to go into the further details of where we're at for FY26. But one of the questions we get from a NERI perspective is what else is on the table. Al started to allude to some numbers. I'm going to present slightly different numbers, but order of magnitude, I think we can all agree. There's going to be large numbers that the town has not, of the likes that the town has not seen before, and it's incumbent upon all of us to think about ways to figure out a sustainable path forward. I can obviously weigh in on the NERI side. I can weigh on the capital side. All of you are going to have to weigh in from an operational perspective. Keep going, Vanessa. I want to go back one slide, Vanessa. So one more. And I realize there's a lot of numbers on this slide. But what I wanted to show is this slide to start. If you actually look at our run rate of projects the town meeting has already approved. So there's no going back on these. We've committed to them. We've decided we're going to debt finance them. On average, we are expecting somewhere between 2 to 2.9 million of debt-funded projects over the next 5 years. It is critically important to note this includes Algonquin, which comes through as an assessment in the operating budget, but this includes both the Algonquin school debt, but also the approved Algonquin field project that comes on in and around the time of the building project. So this is all in everything that town meeting has already approved. And you'll note, without going through all the details, there's a ton of different other funds that fund some of our debt. That what impacts, obviously, our specific tax rate that we focus on in terms of the per annum is really that net general fund line. So use 2 to 2.5 as your baseline for what we're going to do going to the next slide. So, no, next slide. So what we've done, and there's a lot of numbers here, is we've taken all the projects that have been presented in front of us. We have not weighed on any single one of these, including the NERI project, to be fully transparent, and showed what the total debt service would be starting this year, if you use the 2.4 that you see on the far left-hand side, which is what we're paying this year, and going up over time. We've considered an $82 million school. We've considered a roof at Trottier after state reimbursement. We've considered a library renovation. We've considered multiple culvert and sinkhole projects, which candidly just appeared on the capital plan in the last 12 months. We've considered Choate Field. Huge, huge caveat here on Choate. This is the all-in cost. Recreation is not proposing that the taxpayers fund the total cost, and that will be an important discussion when we get to that. But we've shown the absolute worst case. The Finn School needs a roof. So if we're going to maintain that as a building, regardless of whether it's a school or a municipal building, as long as that's going to be in the town's inventory, it's going to need a roof soon. We've anticipated conversion costs for taking Woodward from a grade 2 and 3 building down to a pre-K to 1. That's mainly plumbing and changing the height of toilets. And Woodward is going to need a roof in the out years as it hits its approximately 30-year anniversary come FY 30. So I know there's been a lot of desire to see these numbers on a piece of paper. This is the treasurer's best estimate of how he would bond them, and it certainly assumes a lot in that the town would actually support any one of these projects or any combination of the projects, but the data is all here so that at least from a capital perspective, everyone is eyes wide open depending upon the projects that they support or do not support in town, how these numbers would add up over the years. I believe the only difference between the numbers that we are presenting and the numbers that Al somewhat referenced is how we deal with large-scale public safety vehicles, which predominantly, while debt financed, are financed through our ambulance fund, so really do not impact the general fund and how we think about that. I realize there's an argument that could be made if you didn't have an ambulance fund and all went to the general fund, you'd probably be in the same spot.
I think you should be treating the CPA the same way, which is because at the end of the day,
that is a tax. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, that's a tax. This is a conversation we should have separately rather than taking all these people's time.
Yeah, so I think it's important. There's a lot more we could talk about on capital. I realize people want to weigh in on the NERI project, but this is what we have in front of us at this point from every single department head. This is the request. This hasn't been vetted. It hasn't been approved. And we're certainly happy to have those conversations short and long term.
All right, so now, we've got a lot of people here, so we can pause and take any questions for anyone as far as anything we've discussed tonight, starting with the NERI Building Committee. You've got to come up, Bets. You want to ask about this one?
Yeah.
Can you go to that microphone, Betsy?
Oh, sorry.
I think we need to bring a microphone over there.
No, there is no microphone, sorry.
Thank you, Vanessa. I just have a question about this screen. I got a cataract thing going. Is there anything up there for Finn, Jason?
Yes.
Yes.
Just the roof at this point in time. If you're saying, what if we convert it to community needs?
Yeah, if it has another use.
That is the only thing that is not up there, and here's why it's not up there. There needs to be more, as Kathy alluded to, there needs to be more public conversation about what we want that building to be. We believe there are situations that would add a significant amount of capital if everyone got what they wanted, full disclosure. But we also believe there are very plausible situations that would require very little capital, depending upon how the town wants to use that building. So it is going to require active engagement from Council on Aging, Library, as they think about their project, and Recreation, the three stakeholders that were at the table on the Community Center Committee, to actually put a number up there. I firmly believe the statement I said is there is a way to move into Finn and have it be useful to the town immediately with a new roof and potentially some moisture mitigation. It's then going to be up to the town from there what aesthetic upgrades we want for the user groups that ultimately decide to occupy that building. That's a town meeting decision.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation.
Will it stay up on the stand if you put it back there?
Sure. I can handle that.
Jason, one thing you don't have here is any debt associated with Algonquin, which I think, as from a financial perspective, should show.
It's actually in that top line, so it's in there. So both the building debt and the field debt.
I'm talking about things like Algonquin is getting to 30-plus years too, and
I understand.
Capital maintenance for Algonquin.
Al, I think to level set what this is what it's kind of known, right? We're not blue skying saying, hey, I want to build a field house, or Algonquin needs a whole new renovation, or we need to do Trottier, we need to do, whatever, right? This is more what is currently in scope, the big ticket items for now, right? I mean, that's a separate exercise to say, and we should do it, right? What else have we not thought of that might happen in the next 30-year horizon, and plan for some of that out? But this is, Jason's capital is people request things of him. That stuff has not yet been requested and is not yet foreseen.
The superintendent's welcome to rejoin on this discussion, but the school administration did recently present to capital. There are certainly needs at Algonquin, but they are not, I'll call it a recurring line item as opposed that's built into their budget for, there's certainly hundreds of thousands of dollars in each year that we invest into that building, but I'm not aware, other than potentially a roof project in the very out years that may even expand beyond this, of anything that has 2 commas in it, at least as what the administration has presented to capital at this point. Is there anything you want to add to that?
No, so the roof and paving are the 2 significant projects that lie ahead in the next 10 to 15 years.
Okay. Any more questions from the public?
Hi, Patty Fiore, Winter Street. I usually don't have a problem with height. Were you just talking about, what about the school administration that currently pays rent?
We're working on that. We are hoping to keep that rent in Southborough somehow, some way. That hasn't been decided. Right now, the office is in Neary. It won't be in Neary with the new school. There's no plans for that. But we do get rent from both Northborough and Algonquin because it's here. So we're working very hard to try to find things like that we can keep here.
How much is that per year? Is it 300?
50 or so?
It's a total, I think, $70,000.
Between the two okay. So 70 a year, Patty?
Okay. What about the immediate costs to move the students to the other schools? You were talking about modular classrooms. Is there going to be alterations in
That
staffing?
is in our project budget already.
Those costs are included?
Yep.
Okay. And you were talking about the debt service, and this could affect our credit rating and bond rating. At what point does that happen? For example, when we go to build the library? Is that when it cuts in? Is it when we want to bond money to do something about Finn?
I'll let Andrew.
I mean, nobody knows, right? I mean, this is when the agency come to do their analysis. They would need audited financial statements. I mean, Brian and our bond counsel would be better to do that, but in our auditor, the timing of that and if and when it would ever happen is, not up to us, and is, we don't have a crystal ball, but I don't know what the timeline is for the library, but who knows?
So we're trying to project out the costs for things in the pipeline that we already know, but we don't know any surprises, any, major structural problems or things that have to be immediately fixed. I noticed there was a fairly quick update on the streets, I think it was Willow, John Mitchell, and Central Streets, that need immediate repairs of $4.8 million. So is that intended to be bonded?
Yes, that's
that middle line right there.
See the culvert sinkhole?
Okay. I didn't see any expenses on there for the rec, which I think the last time Al Hamilton was talking about this, that it's not expected to be covered by the state, that there will be expenses to the towns, especially when renovating a historic building.
The renovation of the building is expected to be paid for by the state, and the first 5 years of operation are expected to receive an operating subsidy. After that, we would be responsible for the operating costs of the rec, just as we are responsible today for the operating costs of dispatch. Our expectation is that those costs would be less, at least measured in today's dollars. So there is a risk
Certainly not
that
less in
the rec.
facility costs, less in staffing costs, less in.
So the operating costs, we expect, you kick me if I get this wrong, Mark. Yeah, he's waiting.
So you're just comparing what we're currently paying in dispatch service, not our total safety budget, right?
That's correct,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, we're currently paying, got to remember the number, but I think it's about $900,000 a year, fully burdened cost for dispatch. To give you a comparable, the town of Franklin, which is part of the, or Foxborough, excuse me, which is part of the Southwest Regional and is a community roughly 20 20,000 people, and it has Foxborough Stadium, is paying their rec about $600,000 a year, and they're, out of the subsidy zone. So the capital costs initially would be paid for by the state. Long-term, the rec is a thing that can issue debt, just like Algonquin or Assabet.
What year do you anticipate that switch from costs being covered to not being covered?
We would expect, I think they're talking about standing up in '26, and that we would have 5 years of operating subsidy, which would taper off, but there would be operating subsidy. And then after, so 26 plus 5 is 31, we would expect to be paying the full cost of our share of the cost of operating the rec.
The $2 million additional that we needed for the Breakneck Hill dump, has that already been bonded and approved?
No. So you only bond as you spend, so it's going to end up being a $3 million bond when he permanently finances it?
The whole concept is if town meeting has approved a bond, even if a permanent bond is not issued, it is in that top line.
So that will come down.
Which
it's going to be 3 instead of 4.
Approved general fund debt, it includes the $2 million for the Breakneck Hill?
Yes, it includes both. Break
Okay, but it's 4.
It's
Patty.
4, but it was two
It was two.
that we weren't
yeah.
counting on until recently.
So the final cost is 3. 3.6?
So where am I seeing 3.6? I see 2.3.
It's
Embedded.
It's embedded in the top line. So there's a fundamental assumption that if town meeting has approved the debt, we are going to bond it for the full amount. So any savings, like we're hearing about right now, will actually lower that top line. So instead of relisting every single capital project, we just started with what town meeting has already approved because it's already approved.
What about cost to renovate Flag School for its reuse?
That is part of the FY26 capital plan, which I haven't gotten to present yet.
$100,000 or so?
It's just over that, but yes, 175. That would be appropriation, not debt.
Okay, most of my other items were covered by other people, so we don't have to go through those again. I agree with Al, a new school is a great concept, but somebody needs to pay for it. And, I guess in addition to these numbers, some of the other numbers we do know is that the population of Southborough has grown only minimally in recent years, from 9,767 residents in 2010 to its current population of just around 10,450. And we know from your studies that we're not to expect a significant change in school enrollment. According to the assessor's office the other day, there were currently only 3,591 residential taxpayers and 196 commercial, industrial, or mixed-use taxpayers. By 2030, I think our seniors are projected to be 30% of the population. So for anyone with a fixed or modest income, these expenses are going to be a huge hit. And I don't see how we're going to increase our tax revenue or our tax base. With all due respect, I am not in the same tax bracket as those making the fiduciary decisions for this town. I feel we are underrepresented in these discussions and decisions. I'll make this very clear. Given our tax base, this town cannot afford to make this decision to move forward with this school. I cannot afford this. I cannot afford the tax repercussions of an $81.3 million bond that will outlive my residency here, let alone any additional ones to follow for all of these other projects to come. I cannot afford a yes answer to every capital request, increase in staffing, and costly want without a proportional increase in the tax base or a reduction in spending. Frankly, I think you need to go back to the drawing board and solve some of the problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
So Eric Glazer, Skylar Drive. I think two quick questions. One is, if I heard correctly, the dollar per square foot for new construction was around $1,100. What is it for the renovation?
What,
Not much
the 1,100 is the all-in cost per square foot.
For new construction,
Not
but I guess where I'm going
not
with
the
this is...
construction cost.
is
That
a-
also includes soft costs.
There's a cap that the state, if I heard correctly, there's a cap that the state puts on the reimbursement. What's the gap between that number and what it would be to renovate versus do new construction?
The renovation cost actually was slightly more than the new construction when we did the first round. One was 149 and one was 146 million. So surprisingly, you didn't save money renovating versus starting from scratch.
Not on a per square foot basis, but on an absolute dollar basis.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jim just to make, so come back up here, Jim. This is your
So if it
area.
was a little bit more expensive, so the ultimate, the effective subsidy not being at 40%, probably, I think as you said, maybe high 20s.
27, yeah.
So all in, it's about, let's say, what, 20, about 40 million, 45 million to do the renovation?
Yes.
Effectively?
Yes.
Got it.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, we looked at two different scenarios. One was this, what we call the base repair.
Yeah.
Then we looked at totally renovating and adding on to make it a 4-grade school.
Sure.
Renovating and look at making it a 2-grade school. So renovation cost to totally gut it and do it was more than the new school. The base repair was less. So we're talking different numbers.
Yeah, I guess where I would go with this is Woodward, I mean, look, it was designated as one of the top 10 schools in the state. My kids go there, they loved it. If you do a 2-school, and I'm just thinking out loud here, and obviously there'll be a lot more discussion, renovation for a 2-grade at around 40 million. And I guess my last question is probably for Jason. With the state process where it's one and you're either use it or lose it, is it too late to go in and put a second application to say, hey, we want to do a renovation? Or is it you've applied for it, we either have to do this or we basically reset the clock to 0?
I mean, we talked to them about a renovation, but we didn't land there.
No, I understand that, but
Yeah,
is it possible at this point to go in and say, hey,
We
we've...
cannot do a second application on the same school until we finish this
Okay.
application. And we'd be going to the back of the line.
Yeah,
regardless of whether if
that point
we
was
decided
clear.
to pull the plug on this project tomorrow.
Right.
We're at the back of the line.
Okay.
And I have no idea what the.
Got it. I was just curious, was it possible you couldn't submit 2 different scenarios for the funding?
We actually did. We actually submitted a statement of interest for both
Okay.
Erie and Woodward, as crazy as that sounds, to give us the optionality around
Right.
looking at the grades that were in play.
And they wouldn't play ball with it?
Well, no, they did, because we're at a 4-grade configuration now that essentially encompasses the current Woodward population and the current Neary population. The only school we did not submit for, which is actually our oldest school in our infrastructure, is Finn.
Okay.
So we were allowed to, through the process, to look at multiple iterations that involved any combination of grades 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is then what yielded the 12 scenarios.
Yeah, that's helpful clarity. But nothing was submitted around just 2 grades with option for renovation.
You submit around the grades and the potential buildings that you may tie.
Right, so in other words, you only did it for 4 grades, not 2.
Nope, we looked at 2 grades, 3 grades, and 4 grades. So we did even look at a scenario of a 3-grade population at each of the schools as well.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
But the 3 that we submitted were a 2-grade base repair, a 4-grade reno, and then a 4-grade new school. That's what the 3 finalists were that we went in.
That's what we narrowed it down to,
Right.
from the 12.
Right,
But if he was to go back and look at our 12, you would see multiple
Yeah,
iterations.
I appreciate that. I mean, there's a lot of different bookends to it, but ultimately the state will only support one choice, and that was, and what was submitted was the 4-grade, which is what we've been talking
Yeah,
about.
unfortunately,
Yeah,
what you said is true. And I just want to go back and reemphasize something I said earlier. So Andrew and I and Mark were on the Finance Subcommittee. I can tell you these numbers shock me, that you have to spend 1,100 a square foot to build a school. I mean, you could build a luxury house for half of that, right? So I'm still shocked by the numbers, but when I was really convinced, because of cost, that I was going to support only a 2-grade new school. Because I knew that the renovation and the new school were the same number. So why take the risk of the renovation? Because that can, you can find things you didn't know about. So
Sure.
go the new school if that's your two choices. But when you saw what the economy scale was to go from 2 grade to 4 grade, listen to the school committee as far as what the educational benefits of the 4 grade school was. I changed my mind. So I did go from the 2 grade new to the 4 grade new.
Well, just
because of
for
that.
the benefit, what was the actual quantum of the cost?
66 to 99.
Okay, so it was about, so when you say economies of scale, was it?
It didn't double, it went up 50%. So instead, you doubled the size, you doubled the number of grades, and instead of the cost doubling, it only went up 50%.
50%. I guess I mean, when you're talking millions of dollars, yes, 50% may not seem like a reasonable number, but you're talking tens of millions of dollars, yeah?
Yeah, so what do you think?
Personally, I mean, again, I appreciate and I totally voice all the feedback on the amount of work, because, I mean, this is a monumental task, and you're going to get a ton of pushback, and it's 2/3 majority. I think that's a huge hurdle. I don't know. I'd have to think through it more. I mean, my kids will be out of the school, but I guess I go back to it as the amount of money vis-a-vis everything that Al talked about wanting to do. You want sidewalks, you want this, and we're not getting sewer on Route 9 in the next decade, and you're going to have a bunch of people probably move out anyway. For a small sliver of the population, like my kids have gone to Neary, it ain't perfect, but it's 2 grades, and I really care about the high school because that's what's going to define ultimately their college experience. My kids have gone through Neary. My wife went to Neary. It's not perfect, but you get through it. It's not, so it's that balance. It's not easy, and I don't have it formulated in my head firmly, but I'm just trying to understand when we looked at other options at maybe $30 million less that may reduce some of the cost. Again, you made the call you made, and I respect that, but I think it's going to be a hurdle.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Okay, I know I have to take this microphone out. You can't even see me. Like. Okay, can everyone hear me? I'm Joanne Pearson. I live on Newton Street, 101 Newton Street. So I had a number of things that I wrote up. Some of the things have been talked about. But clearly, when this board and the committee put all these numbers together, we have existing bond obligations, we have projects in the pipeline and their associated projected costs, we have the town's regular annual operating expenses and any projected inflationary expenses, and taking that all into consideration, I think you approach this kind of a way that doesn't work for a lot of people in town here. You went and you said, what would you like in the school? Not, what can people in this town afford in their taxes? So, we have, it's a gorgeous plan. It's like private school kind of thing. You want a private school, you need to send your children to private school. I went to public school in Rutland, Vermont, where I grew up. I was in 4 different buildings from K through high school. The 2 grade school buildings I went in, one was brand new and one was old. And what Al has said before, I can remember a little about the buildings, and the very old one, we had gym in what had been the COAL, storage room, so you can get an idea of how old that building was, which still exists. But it's the teachers that I had that made my education. And I think they could teach us in an old building, or they can teach in a new building. And in a perfect world, we would all be multimillionaires here, and we could all easily afford, whether it's $1,000 more in our taxes on top of whatever we're paying now, or we could afford $3,000, $4,000 more if we live in a huge house. But the reality is, a lot of people in this town can't afford that. They're in houses that now might be valued at that $900,000 level, but they might have bought their houses, like Peter Rowe, my neighbor, who was here and left a little while ago. He bought his house 45 years ago, and I think he told me last night he paid $25,000 for it. And he doesn't plan to move out of that house until he can't live on his own anymore. So he doesn't get the benefit of, if his house is worth $900,000, I don't know what it's worth, he doesn't get the benefit of that to help offset and pay his taxes. So I think you all have to be very mindful that there are people here that can't afford it, and we need a school, if you're going to do a new school, that it's one that everybody can afford. I think also you need to present to the people who live here options. There are always options. For you all to make that decision for everybody in town, every taxpayer, that we're going to go for, and I know you don't have the auditorium, it's not the absolute tops that you wanted, but that we're just going to give you one option to choose from. That's it, one or done. And you make it sound like, oh my God, if we don't do this, and you did say, and we'll go to the back of the line. To my knowledge, the Neary School or any of our K through 9 schools, they haven't been condemned. Is that correct? I'm asking a question. They haven't been condemned.
That's correct.
And it doesn't look like they're going to be condemned in the next 4 years. So our children are not going to get kicked out of those schools, correct?
No.
Okay. So if we have to go back, we go through and we have to go through this plan because of the way it was presented to the state, and this has to be voted on in May, the 2 votes, and say it goes down. So yes, we might have to wait a year. We go to the back of the line, but it's not the end of the world. And if we come up with a school that everybody can be very happy about, whether it's renovating one or a new school build out that maybe it's not perfect, but it'll be better than what we have. It will match some of the needs that the superintendent wants and staffing wants, but it's something that people actually can afford, and it's not going to make them move out of their house. They're not going to have to cut back. We have tariffs that Marguerite mentioned it for a minute, and then said I'll save it for another time. If the new administration comes in with all sorts of tariffs that he's threatening, everything will go up, not just the cost of lumber for the school, but the cost everybody is paying for their groceries. You want to buy a new car. So we have to be reasonable with what we're planning here and not just think about the people to whom another 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 on their already high taxes that have gone up, 14.5% in the last 2 years, that people can afford. So that's my thing. Thank you. Is anybody else?
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Okay.
One quick thing.
Okay.
Rob Lawson, 132 Marlborough Road. I may have heard this at another meeting I was at, listening to this at some point, but what happens if we just don't do anything? Can this school continue? And how long can it continue for? So if somebody can answer that in 60 seconds or less, I would appreciate it. If not, maybe we can take it offline, one-on-one at some point.
I will answer from a pure safety perspective, and then Greg wants to add in from an educational perspective. We would have some immediate capital needs that we would need to look at funding on our own. The roof, the windows, fire suppression, accessibility. Those would be things we'd have to bring pretty much immediately back to town meeting if we want to invest in that particular building. Obviously, if the town decides not to move forward with what's been proposed now, I'm sure we would take 5 steps back, but it may impact how long that building is open as a school. Purely from a safety perspective, I think we'd be guessing if we said it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, but it's certainly not 10.
We also expect what has to be done would trigger ADA requirements, so you're going to have to make the building ADA accessible as part of whatever we would do if we would just try to fix it. Yep.
The reality is we have been kicking this can down the road for quite some time. We did a multi-million-dollar Band-Aid about 15 years ago. This is the right time in terms of our financial capacity to do something. The only question is what and how we pay for it. But
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And so.
But the base repair number, we believe, is $63 million to do what you do if you just truly fixed.
In current state pricing. There's been a lot of factors that's been thrown out tonight that I think are appropriate call-outs. Every year we delay, there are factors that are beyond anyone else's control here that may head just up or down. We all know what's happened recently, though, in terms of up.
And it's not going to get any less expensive. It's just going to get more expensive.
No.
But it's just, it's a
a
big number. So.
Go ahead, Marguerite.
I just had a couple of questions. Is it true that no meal has been cooked in the Neary kitchen for the last 20 years?
That is correct. So the Neary kitchen is not operable, so.
Every meal has to be brought over from Trotter.
Trotter.
Correct.
Is it true that there is no sprinkler system in that building?
That is accurate.
There's a lot of other things. Is it true that there's no line of sight to the entrance of that building from the administration offices?
That is correct.
Is it true there's no way to lock that building down if there's a problem?
I think that is, we have, no answer, no response.
Anything else, Marguerite? Andrew?
I have a question for Jason about, again, the contingency, if this was not approved and you go to the back of the line at MSBA, are you talking that 1 year or that's for like 5?
4 years.
4 years?
We started this in 2021. We're not going to be on MSBA's board meeting until 2025.
And that's if you began the day after the negative.
If we
vote.
began the day after,
Yeah.
they changed
Which would not
their
happen.
filing deadlines every year, and it would assume that we actually wrote a successful application to get in that year. So it's not 1 year. I wish it was. I wish it was a more variable process, that we had some more optionality. This was one of the cons of when we talked about this very early on as public bodies, whether we go with the MSBA or not, or do this on our own. We can all see that.
Are there municipalities that have elected to just, it's not worth it,
Yes.
MSBA?
Yes, but not many.
Yes.
Okay.
You won't like the
Are they tend to be
towns that.
the wealthier communities that get the lower rates, the lower reimbursement
Yes,
rates? Or
which we're candidly one of the lower reimbursement rates, but you'll find certain communities that have higher wealth factors have chosen to do it on their own for two reasons. One, they already had received multiple MSBA projects and had pretty much tapped out the MSBA. Or two, they couldn't wait for the 4-year process because of the conditions of their building. Or three, they thought they could do it in a better, more succinct fashion than following the very prescribed process.
So that's one of the downsides is you have to present only one option.
That's right. So we have no choice but do the one if we're going to get the grant.
Yeah.
So we looked at pros and cons, but we decided, the grant itself is so big that it's hard to forego that grant. So pro would be you could get done faster, you could do more options, as Ms. Pearson said. But with MSBA, to get the grant, we have to end up with one, and it's an up or down vote on one project. Okay. Hey.
I apologize if I missed this number, but what was the number for building a new 2-grade school?
66 million?
Okay, 60.
Roughly?
I thought that was the base.
Footage. Your 66 was, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Lynn, it's getting late. I gave you the square footage of the 2 grades, so it was like 109, 110? In that first round?
C1 option 305.
83? 83 million.
Before reimbursement.
Before reimbursement?
Reimbursement, yeah, and so that would be roughly 64 for the town.
So it'd be roughly 64 for the town?
Total project.
So 64 versus 82.
All right. Okay, we're going to do 2 more, then we're going to have to go on to the budget discussion. Okay, so Vanessa, you can bring them over and tell us who they are. All right, Tim?
Tim Fleming, 18 Main Street. Thanks, guys. So I have 2 questions, or two starting questions, I believe. So the building right now is valued around $9 million. Is that correct? The current Neary building for assessed
Sounds
value?
about right. It's in the ballpark.
Okay, so as of a capital plan, this kind of piggybacks on the no question that was just asked a moment ago. We'd have to go back and understand what a no means and how long the building would need to be maintained. 30% number, I believe, was over 36 months, and that was triggering the ADA upgrade necessity. So if we plan the project where we wouldn't need to spend more than the 30% or reassess the building a bit, so that way, if a new school costs $120 million, then the value of the current building would be more accurate than the $9 million valuation we currently have on the roster. then there could be a way, if the town would vote no, that some of the things that we would need to do would cost inflation accumulated. The last number was 3.1 million. So we'd have to assume inflation from what capital brought forward a couple of years ago. This document was last stamped November 6, 2023 for going into the MSBA program. So I'm not sure when it was last updated, but that capital plan as of a couple of years ago showing FY 2025 through FY 2030 had the upgrades at Neary at 3.1 million, which is sitting at that 30% rate. That wouldn't trigger ADA, but obviously with inflation over the last couple of years, the numbers probably would trigger ADA if we did everything at once. But we could plan it longer term if there was a no vote. So with all that being said, what I'm curious about is, I know that we didn't spend a lot of time on that, but can we have that in time for town meeting so we understand what we're looking at with a no vote?
We believe that a no vote, and if the town chose to ignore the entire portion of the superintendent's presentation and just wanted to keep that building operationally safe as a school, but not increase the educational value, the base repair cost of the 60 million is what we think the all-in to do it. I realize what you're saying, Tim, in trying to phase it and being cute over a 36-month period, but I don't know how we categorically put a new roof on a building, wait 3 years, then do some windows, wait 3 years, do some HVAC, wait 3 years, ignore the accessibility, ignore the fire suppression. Like, we all know there's economies when you start doing multiple projects together. So I would say if people are opposed to the educational vision that's been outlined by the district and just want to maintain that school but make it safer for those that are occupying it, I would use the $60 million number based on what's been presented to both Neary and Capital at this point. And I would remind you, because this question's been asked multiple times now, that that capital plan that you continue to reference, the school administration and the school committee, which they're welcome to chime in here, stopped updating for Neary once we went into the eligibility phase on individual projects and approached it as a one project at that point.
Is that it, Tim?
No, thanks, Jason. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anybody from the school committee that had any comment before I said anything. I do appreciate that, Jason, and I appreciate that context, but just for sake of the recorded meeting, I will say that I have 2 young kids that would directly benefit from the first year the new school is opened if we would build it. With that being understood, I know what it's going to do to our taxes over time, so that's why my question was asked the way it was. And I'm not saying not to do the project. I'm saying maybe we'd push it down a bit further by a couple more years to increase our tax base and widen that. So that was the point of my questions, but thank you for that response. My second question is, should we need more capacity than the school that we're currently projecting of the 4 grade? Where would the addition be put onto and still match the school vision if we would need to add to it within a short amount of time?
I don't know if the design team wants to respond. Well, you get up to the table. Tim, on the last point, I would just point in terms of the cost escalation of waiting a few years. Regardless of what anyone thought about the public safety building in Southborough, leave the land off to the side. We paid $19.6 million for that building. We voted on it in 2017. It opened in 2019. Our neighbors in Northborough just approved a fire station only for over $40 million. They were talking about their project at the same time we were talking about it. The same is true for schools and public construction. None of us like the escalation that we see in prevailing wage. It's Massachusetts. So I just think we need to acknowledge that. None of us like it, but it is a factor we continue to deal with. Go ahead, Larry, on the design piece.
Yeah, so in terms of future expansion, were that necessary, we're envisioning a wing that would connect the 2 wings off the back, so essentially creating a square with a courtyard in the middle. How that would work to maintain the sort of specificity of what we've been working on with the Learning Commons, we'd have to work through.
But the MSBA does require us to show sort of with a dotted line, here's where we might add some classrooms if that ever became a need in the future.
Okay, and with that, how many students would be able to be accommodated in that, on that parcel with any setbacks, restrictions, the dump, all the other situations we'd have to consider? Like, how many more students could that building accommodate with an addition reasonably, or guesstimate with that property?
I'd sort of want to get back to you with that number. It's, I think, adding 6 classrooms to the back, roughly, but I should give you a better number on that rather than try to remember at this point in time.
Okay, it's just kind of nice to know for future planning or future capability, should we ever need it, what that property could accommodate without needing to, if Finn would come offline, without needing to put another school back on the books.
We also believe Woodward has space if we ever had to go there.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part.
We also have proven through this process that Woodward has the ability to be expanded if needed as well. Not saying we're
Okay,
going there,
thank you.
but you're asking about contingency plans. That's the.
Awesome, that's my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vanessa, is there another person? Kristen, are you there? Go ahead if you are.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, Kristen LeBall, 12 Southwood Drive. First, I just want to thank everyone for this tremendous amount of work. At this stage, I'm still apprehensive of the cost and forcing people out of town, but again, I do appreciate the analysis that's taken place. Quickly, I just want to piggyback on something Al stated and someone in the public statements public comments made a few minutes ago about the quality of our education largely being about the teachers. I just want to point out that a day ago on the Southborough Community Share and Care site, there was an anonymous post asking parents of kids at the high school, anyone's kids telling them they spend multiple hours a day sitting in the cafeteria because teachers are out and there are no substitutes. Now, I know this is not under the charge of the NERI committee whatsoever. This is something we need to talk to the Southborough School Committee about. But some of the commentary was that, at least as far as it comes to substitutes, we don't pay what other towns pay. And that, for me, also draws questions about the salaries we're paying our teachers, because that really is number one. And my daughter is one of the people who's been spending what seems to be an extreme amount of time sitting in the cafeteria, some days half days total. And I know things come up with teachers, but nonetheless, it's an issue. So I have a request, and that's hand in hand as we're looking at the quality of our schools. What can the school committee in the future speak to what we're doing potentially about pay inadequacies with our teachers, which quite frankly has me a little bit more concerned. And I want to make sure that gets taken care of before we're thinking about the buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've done as much as we can tonight on NERI and briefly touched on the Capitol. We'll go back to Capitol at a later meeting.
Can I make a motion to adjourn NERI Building Committee?
Yes, you can.
Roll call vote. All right, we are adjourned
Gotta vote on-
at 10:31.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you guys for this long. Thank you, Jim. Sleep in tomorrow. I hope you guys, I don't know how far you have to drive. I hope it's not crazy.
Kathy, this is Chelsea.
Chelsea?
Can I adjourn school committee?
Can she hear? Chelsea?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Chelsea, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear
So
me?
you want to go ahead and adjourn your committee?
Yep, so
Okay.
I move that we adjourn at 10:32. Is there a second? Seconded by Roger.
Yes.
Laura?
He's mid-vote, he's got one thing on, nothing.
Roger?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a
Chelsea?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I didn't hear Laura, but maybe you guys did. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Now we can.
Thank you.
Now we can. Okay.
All right, thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you, Chelsea. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we need another quick break? Anybody need to?
Let's power through the consent agenda.
Well, no, we're doing the budget. Okay, Brian, come on up. fast.
Run, Brian, run.
That's what I just asked. You want a quick break? Okay, 5 minutes.
You're voting to kill those right now.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, I think I heard that in another meeting. We had, our chair hasn't told us that yet. I heard it in another meeting. Who's doing what?
Why can't somebody do something about that?
Because it's Massachusetts, and that's how we do
Well,
it.
it is, you know, this prevailing wage,
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so we're back in session at 10:36.
Recording in progress.
Okay, back in session 10:36. Okay, now to tee this up, it's 10:35. We're getting tired. Brian is here just to give us the preliminary look at the fiscal year 26 budget by merely amalgamating all the requests that have been made by the department. So we're not here tonight to opine on it. We're here just to see what he's got to say as far as what our starting point is, which is always high, and it certainly is high right now. Right? Okay,
We
Brian.
always start in a bad position, but definitely not here tonight to get into the weeds to look at through this. This is definitely the first version. First versions are always bad, and they always change as we move along. But they do include everyone's departmental request. So some departments have gone down the option of supplying a level service budget and a budget with proposed extra staff or services. And we always start with the worst case scenario, so you'll see that here. I've tried to note them on the second page with there's about a handful of departments that are looking for additional staff. We're obviously going to talk a lot more about that in the future, but it's a substantial amount on the town side. So the schools gave me these estimates to use for tonight, the regional and K-8. They will also be revised as we go along because, as you know, they trail a little bit behind the town. So more to come from that.
But they're at 5 and 7 respectively?
Yes.
Well, that's not a bad place for them to start.
That's not a bad place, yes. I was surprised K-8 was, they told me to use 5. Again, with their caveat of it's not final, but for now. So that's good. As you can see, the capital is really high on the third page. This is what Jason was alluding to, that this is the starting point where the departments are saying, we'd like this stuff. And this is where we have to go through and say, okay, maybe not, and maybe next year, figure things out, move things to other years. So again, that's a lot more discussion.
But capital's already cut out stuff, right?
They've cut out some stuff with discussions with department heads. In fact, the latest one I did make the note of the townhouse HVAC, so that was a substantial one. But we'll continue those discussions with the department heads on that kind of stuff. So a few of the assumptions, I won't go too much longer, but a few of the assumptions. This budget right here, we actually have another about $700,000 or $800,000 in free cash. I did not put it on this page on purpose. Our 10-year average is about $1.7 million for free cash, and I used that amount to offset the budget. So, which means that, in essence, we have another $700,000 or $800,000 on the side that we could apply to this budget. We do not want to do that to operating budgets, absolutely not. But we can do it like we did last year, and we did apply some to various capital projects. I think that's probably the way we would recommend heading. But keep that in mind, that we do have a little bit of money there. Now, obviously, at the bottom of the page one, you see a red number. That is an override. So, yippity-yay. We've seen it a little earlier than I thought. Again, primarily because of the capital and the heavy increases in some of the town departments. You're going to see that. Again, take it for what it's worth. It's probably not going to stay like that. Well, it won't stay like that. But for now, that's the way it fell out. That'll be more to come on that too. Just a few other quick mentions. We will be looking at the local receipts again. Can't promise we'll up them. We may. Local aid, we have no idea in December. They can't even get us the local aid number usually in May or June, but we'll have an idea next month, usually, with the governor. So we'll see about that. And this does include a small value shift. A little early for the assessor to opine on what the values will be doing next year. As you know, we got caught a little bit last year in an unexpected value shift, a little more than we thought. So depending on the conversations we have with him, we'll be adjusting that too as we move along. Other than that, I think that's, for now at least, that's all I had to really report. Unless there's any questions on any stuff.
How much of a value shift is in here from the assessor?
4.
Ballpark?
4%.
4%.
Yeah.
And you think Paul Sabelli thinks that's a good place to start for the moment?
To start,
For
yes.
the moment, okay.
He actually thinks it might be lower, so it might be better than that.
Okay, so any quick questions before we talk about the schedule for the 25th and who the liaisons are going to be?
This doesn't include the turf field, right?
No.
Okay. No. And there's no CPC or CPA in here?
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter, it'd be offset, be
because-
in and
Yeah,
out.
but I'm just,
Yeah.
didn't see
Yeah.
it. So.
No CPA. The only thing that's in here is, again, what Jason alluded to, is the projects that are approved and we are living with, not ones in the future. So.
Okay. Any quick questions before we talk about the schedule for the 25th? We need to let the departments know who we want to come in.
Yeah, the only thing one is, you know, and maybe we, Brian, have you come to another separate advisory meeting, but I, having never had to do an override, understanding what the implication, I mean, what the process is for that, when we would start to kind of navigate that, you know,
Yeah, they're not good.
go to a ballot, I believe, right? It's a ballot
Yeah.
vote, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And you got to pick what your override, you got to pick what you're going
Your
to
dollar
pay for.
amount.
Yeah, you got to pick what you put on.
Yeah, like
the
schools,
override.
whatever, so you try to pick something you think
There's
people will
various
vote
ways
for.
of doing it.
okay.
I don't want to say strategically, but, you know,
Your strategy to it.
The budget calendar I handed out is not a real one. It is real for the date I think I'd like to recommend, but the listing of the departments that we had on that's last year, that's the departments we had. These are at least the select board liaisons from last year. So I just left them, so they're not real for this year, but you can see what we did. And, you know, we can decide who we want to bring in and who the liaisons are. You know, I'm happy to add advisory on this too, if you want.
Yeah, we're going to end up
Andrew?
tonight with liaisons picked real quick. I think we do it pretty quick. Okay, does anybody want to add any more departments to who are going to come in on the 25th to our third annual budget summit?
That's right.
So there's one other, I did have a conversation with the superintendent. He would be available and ready on the 25th. So
Really?
you can add, yes. So,
Then yes, please add school. Yeah.
so
Okay.
you could add the schools.
That is surprising.
Let's do it.
It's a tough question since we just got the sheet.
I'm asking who wants.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the ones that are the bigger ticket items.
Bigger increases and bigger dollar amounts, yeah.
New staff.
Yeah.
We know
Any new staff?
Conservation, Council on Aging does have some new hours. They're part-time, but they are new. I think besides police and fire, those are the two other.
They kind of dwarf everybody else as far as. Okay, so do we have one person who wants COA? Is that true?
I proposed it. I'm okay if we leave it off, but, I mean, I think we're gonna have to have COA at some point in time.
I can do it if you need somebody.
We're not looking for liaison yet, just whether or not they would come to the budget meeting, right?
So the first year we had a lot more. The second year we carved off some of the little ones and just.
Because it was a long day the
So the
first
question
year,
is, do
yeah.
you want to add some of the little ones back to this?
Yeah, or do a separate, you know, quick evening one, or
I know.
one
You may wanna
for
have
two
to
departments,
do that.
or something like that, but, I mean, Council on Aging could be another meeting one, but.
If we can get schools in, I think this is a full day,
then I'm fine
right?
with that.
I do too.
So
And-
everybody okay with adding
IT,
schools?
we could, I don't know
Yes,
why.
please add school.
Yep.
IT.
I think you could take IT off if we
Yeah, I
have
agree.
schools.
I agree.
You know,
Oh, Jason will be happy with that.
He's usually there anyway.
But Jay's gonna be there anyway.
Yeah, yeah. You can ask him if he's
We
there.
have, maybe if he's there and we have time, we can go over it.
Historical isn't a lot
What's
of
his
money, but
budget?
it's a 325%. Is that, the
What, Howard?
historical, it's not a lot of money, but it's a 325% increase. Is that,
Yeah, there's a specific ask
Yeah.
for, turn my mic on, for a plaque in the old burial ground. The question is it operating budget or a capital item, or, I don't know,
What department are we talking about?
historical.
Historical. It's small, but it's.
it's small, but
Or
it's
3,000.
percentage-wise, it's
Oh,
large.
come
It's a
on.
small dollar.
Let's not bring
I don't
somebody
think
for
it's worth
$3,000. We can deal with it, but not on.
it. I don't think it's worth it coming in. I was just wondering if someone knew what the increase was.
Okay, let's stay on Saturday. Are we happy with capital, DPW, police, fire, and schools?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, everybody agree?
Yep.
Leave out IT.
It is a big.
Yep.
Yeah, we've marked off IT. Okay, so again, capital, DPW, police, fire, schools. Okay, Brian?
Got it.
Okay. We start at 9 o'clock. Everybody happy with that?
Yep.
So we've
Sure.
been doing, okay? And hopefully get out before dark.
This is your advisory buys the coffee and donuts, right?
We did last year.
Andrew bought a lot of it last year, so I'm not sure it's advisory's turn. And I did. I bet all the.
Took it out of our sizable budget.
I did Subway the year before. Okay, now let's do liaisons. So we've already got police set, right, with both select board and advisory?
Is it me?
So that's Andrew.
The police and fire was Howard.
I had
for
police.
Police and Larry for fire.
All right,
We
so,
just
and
kept
I'm
it the
doing
same.
fire, so that's Cook and Larry. Okay, and police is Andrew and who from advisory? You?
Howard?
Howard.
Howard?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 2 picked. Okay, Al, do you want to be the liaison to capital to make sure you've really scrubbed that as much as you want to?
I think that would be an excellent idea.
Okay, anybody from advisory that want to work with Al on capital?
I can.
Either way.
Okay, so Andrew and Al,
For what?
that's for capital, so it's Andrew and Al, A and A for capital.
The 18.
That's a terrible, Jason.
Okay, yep. Okay,
I mean, last year we didn't really have a liaison to capital, but I'm fine.
Beat 'em up.
doing fire. Okay, who does, so Marguerite doesn't have one yet, right? Who else doesn't have one? Sam doesn't
I
have
don't
one.
have one.
Okay, Sam, you want to do DPW?
Sure.
Marguerite,
Last year, we had,
pick which one of these that you want to double team
you
with
want
somebody
to
on.
do DPW again?
I'll do DPW again.
Yep.
Anyway, police.
With Andrew. Okay,
And Marcy will do
I'll do
DPW.
DPW again.
okay, so Sam Marcy is your partner on DPW.
Okay.
All right, schools, so we gotta get schools. Okay, what do you want to do for, who do you want to do for schools?
Tim did it last year, unless anybody else wants to do it.
Is Barry done one?
Barry hasn't been on advisory, so he's brand new.
Barry, throwing right into the
Barry,
fire
all
here. By far the biggest budget, Barry, okay.
I've worked on schools previously, actually.
Okay, so you want to do schools too?
I mean, I would volunteer for schools, I guess, if
So
nobody
Barry and
else
Sam
wants it.
so far?
In all the schools, so Algonquin and, that's how we did last year.
Yeah. So Barry, you got 80% of the budget. No pressure, but it is, it's what determines, okay, so,
Well, it's mostly all personnel, so it's right in your wheelhouse.
okay, so let's just reiterate, capital is
Yeah, we didn't really have a
Al and
liaison with
Andrew,
it.
Pfaff, and Al, right? DPW is Sam and Marcy. Police is Kathy, is Howard and Andrew. Fire is Kathy and Larry. The schools are Barry and Sam.
Marguerite is.
Marguerite's going to do police.
Police, yep.
Also,
I'm doing police with who?
Andrew and Howard.
Howard. And fire was what again, Kathy?
Andrew, are you also?
What, Sam?
What's fire?
Yeah.
Fire is Kathy from Select Board and Larry from Advisory.
Take a break, too.
Okay.
You know, I'm surprised that the fire increase is almost as much as police, even though he's doing nowhere near.
He's doing some, he'll explain it to you, but he's doing some stuff with his salary side to make the shifts more, more
More fully staffed.
more fully staffed, yeah.
Is there also like collective bargaining?
When we justify it.
Not the way.
That's not even in here yet,
Yeah,
I guess.
oh,
right?
well, I've put a little placeholder in here for collective bargaining, but it won't be,
So he's adding a person each shift? Is that what he's doing?
no, not a person each shift, no. No, he's just adding hours, sort of.
Okay, so everybody's got their assignments.
Do we want to do, so we do have liaisons and stuff that you guys don't have liaisons.
Yeah.
I'll keep my same one.
We'll do that later, or do you want to keep them all this?
I love
We'll do the same thing. We want to add liaisons, we will, but we got the big ones covered. We got, in this way, Brian and Mark can let the departments know who's coming on the 25th, so they can get their Saturday set aside.
Or you
Give
can
them the
tell
time.
me, Andrew, down, in the next week or so, unless you want to do it.
Well, I'm just trying to see right now if we wanted to just hammer it out real quick.
Sure.
Council on Aging.
Council on Aging, for
And,
Marcy,
Youth,
okay.
because I already know them.
Larry, do you want to do MTC again?
MTC.
And IT? MTC and
I
IT?
did IT last
Yeah,
year,
yeah.
so I'm happy to do that again. You want me to also do MTC? I mean, it's like.
Yeah, how about this?
MTC is
I'll-
$4,000.
Yeah. But how about this? I'll just send out what it was last year, if people want to do it again, and then Barry, you have schools, so that's.
Okay, so you guys are going to do COA, you're going to do
Do it that way.
IT, you're going to do
This is what we did last year. We did,
Senior Center.
senior
yeah,
center.
we did select board, accountant, all that stuff.
You did the select board? Oh, the select
No,
board
we
budget, not the select board itself, okay.
Yeah,
Not the
we'll do it
elected
later.
select board, the select board.
All right,
Nope, we didn't.
okay. Everybody happy with what we just did?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Al, you're happy?
Yes.
I'm thrilled.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
one
just-
tiny.
Okay, so. I think
We
we're done.
adjourn?
Yeah.
What?
Are you adjourning too? Or you have consent
Oh, we got to do
agenda?
consent agenda, so you guys can
All
go
right.
ahead and adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
You know, what about
All
consent
those in favor?
agenda?
Aye.
Well, that's for their meeting.
Yes?
Yes,
Hold on,
you're
guys.
adjourned.
Lead advisory, they're leaving.
Can you talk to me? Yeah, or more.
About what?
IT coverage of all.
Talk to him later, Marguerite. Let's get this meeting over with.
They need help
Okay.
IT coverage where?
in all the buildings, for all the Zooms. People are complaining, and they're gonna complain about the school thing too. They can't hear what people are saying in the meeting rooms, even here.
Well, we are in the process of upgrading our Zoom capability, and it will happen soon, not right away, but we think we'll end up with a much better system. Okay. Well, we heard him complain tonight, so,
I mean, we were just zooming in right here and it was fine.
yeah.
So,
We just need ceiling mics.
yeah.
Or something, but then we're gonna pick up conversation, so.
That's right.
Anyway,
Okay, so you've adjourned?
You can do a
You've adjourned?
combo and you can mix.
You've adjourned, right? Okay, bye-bye.
Go AV, not a.
Okay, did you, Andrew? Okay.
Kathy?
All right, consent agenda. Where is it? Okay, we've got A, B, C, D, E, and F. Anybody want to hold the minutes?
Yep.
Okay, B, C, D, E, or F? So we're
Nope.
going to hold A. Okay, Sam, go.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton should have caught this one. On line 17, the address is 35 Pine Hill, unless your spouse is moving.
Yep,
to the
he is
Bakers.
35.
25.
You knew that, Sam?
Yeah.
Your address is wrong on here.
Yeah.
And he knew it.
Yeah.
You didn't see it, he did.
Well,
Okay.
Unless his wife has moved into the Bakers, which.
He has been,
Don't touch
Amazing.
that one.
Let's
Okay.
not go there.
Okay, go ahead, Sam.
Scrivener's error.
Okay, so 25's changed to 35 on line 17.
Line
Keep
17.
going.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's not bad at all. Okay, motion to approve B through F.
Second.
All in favor? Okay, motion to approve the amended minutes, that is A from December the 3rd.
As amended.
I said amended.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay.
Public
Right.
comment.
All right, now, do we have any other public comment, Vanessa? Okay,
I move that we adjourn.
okay.
Second.
All right, all in favor? We're adjourned. I said, Mark, look what I said.